He's going to be so embarrassed when he comes back in. I think we are ready for exhibit. We are ready for exhibit D then, and it looks like everybody's here and ready to go. So Bernadette, would you like to introduce people and kick it off?
I would love that. Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission. I'm Bernadette Graham-Hudson. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator. Hopefully this is the last time you see me today. I also have a couple of my wildlife colleagues here with me, and they'll introduce themselves in a minute. But we are here today to present to you an overview of our revised State Wildlife Action Plan. So this effort's really been a team effort across divisions within the department. And so I want to take a minute to recognize the folks who've worked diligently on this over the last couple of years. There are many of them here in the room. And if I could just maybe get them to stand up for a minute so you can see. Many of them might have left. It was more impressive earlier, but.
Thank you.
So we do have folks from Fish Division, Habitat Division, the Marine Program, who have worked on this. Some of them aren't here today, obviously. We do want to take a minute to acknowledge Greg Krzyzkowski, who has since retired, but was a big part of the revision process throughout. These folks are here to help answer questions when we get to that point if we need them. So just want to thank them for coming today. And then beyond the folks that are here, throughout the agency, staff assisted with helping writing, reviewing, technical expertise, et cetera. So it's really been a kind of an agency-wide effort. I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about why the State Wildlife Action Plan is important to the department. So you're all aware of our mission. It's there behind you on the wall. One of the most important things there is conserving fish, wildlife, and their habitats for future generations. And so given the declines in species that we're seeing, we need to act now to make sure those things are in place for the future. So the State Wildlife Action Plan, which we will refer to as the SWAP today, it's our guiding document for these efforts. It's a high priority for the department because it helps coordinate and focus our actions to help the species most at risk in Oregon. But this isn't a plan just for ODFW. It's also a tool that we hope that our partners use to guide their conservation actions. So these partners might include federal agencies, state agencies, conservation organizations, but also communities and individuals as well. We want folks to use this SWAP in order to focus their work in the most important areas that will have the most likely chance for success. SWAP's not just about wildlife species. It includes fish, habitats, marine species, invertebrates, and plants. And it's a resource that helps guide all of our work. And I clicked the wrong button and lost my place. So we've had a SWAP for 20 years. It was previously known as the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And with this revision as a catalyst, we're really trying to focus on gaining momentum on plan implementation. So this is especially important as we see declines in many species in Oregon. We're going to continue the good work that we've done over the last 20 years, but really try to expand to new partners to generate more public interest and also increase our capacity in conservation actions. So we're really excited to share what we've been working on, how important the feedback we got from our partners has been to shaping the swap. We'll talk about how it relates to other species-specific plans that give more detail on conservation actions, how we've been putting the swap into action ourselves, and also about the revision efforts to focus the work going forward. So with that, I'll turn it to Carolyn Eckrich, I'll let her introduce herself. Thanks.
Thank you, Bernadette. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the Commission, good afternoon. I'm Carolyn Eckrich, and I am our State Wildlife Action Plan Revision Coordinator. Today, I'm really excited to be here to talk about our State Wildlife Action Plan and the 10-year revision of that plan, the culmination of several years of work of which we are very proud. So as Bernadette touched on, at this moment, species are going extinct faster than any time in human history. A recent report by NatureServe ranked Oregon as the 5th highest state in percent of at-risk animals in the U.S. In the face of these alarming losses and daunting conservation challenges, we need a tool to inform how to effectively and efficiently use our limited resources to make those best decisions. The Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan is our mechanism to provide the information needed to guide and prioritize this work. Oregon has a large conservation framework in the form of plans, regulations, and grassroots voluntary efforts. These processes have built the knowledge base, standards, and relationships that set the stage for a statewide conservation plan to act as an umbrella document for all of Oregon's species, habitats, and threats. The SWAP is built upon the planning framework to promote common goals that chart a path forward for conservation of at-risk species. These goals are to maintain healthy fish and wildlife populations by maintaining and restoring functioning habitats, preventing declines of at-risk species, and reversing declines in these resources where possible. The SWAP emphasizes proactively conserving declining species and habitats to reduce the possibility of future federal and state listings. It is not a regulatory document, but instead presents opportunities and voluntary actions that will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of conservation in Oregon. The SWAP is a plan for all, offering potential roles and opportunities for the general public, private landowners, organizations, and agencies alike. Although ODFW leads the process, it is intended to be used by a broad network of folks who play a crucial role in Oregon's SWAP. The SWAP can be used to direct funding opportunities, focus conservation actions, provide information, and improve coordination, all of which lead to more efficient and effective conservation efforts. It can be hard to know what you can do as an individual Oregonian or as part of the conservation community. And that's why we offer lots of opportunities to use the SWAP to plan, focus research, and help prioritize conservation actions. The SWAP provides lots of information on species, habitats, threats, actions, and existing planning efforts. By synthesizing this information, we are increasing accessibility and building upon these existing efforts, highlighting ways to expand and enhance conservation work. To help visualize components, we offer Compass, our online data mapping and planning tool. Compass is integrated with the SWAP website and is a great way to view spatial representations of SWAP components. Throughout the SWAP, you will find resources to prioritize and guide conservation. For example, the top 5 wildlife species by ecoregion list reflects ODFW's wildlife priorities and may be useful for any external organization with similar priorities or that's looking to partner with ODFW. The SWAP also identifies many opportunities to act. Each key conservation issue identifies goals and actions to address those threats to species and habitats, and each species profile identifies conservation actions to benefit that species and areas where information is needed to guide survey efforts. These are just a few examples of how the SWAP works to provide ways in which people, organizations, and agencies alike can find a potential role in the SWAP. So the existing plan is a valuable and foundational document to guide conservation in Oregon, but there are several reasons why we are taking the opportunity to revise our SWAP. First, we want to incorporate new science, data, tools, and resources. A lot has changed, and we have also learned a lot. For example, our understanding of climate change has changed dramatically over the last 10 years. We worked hard to improve climate-related content and to be consistent with our current climate policy. We want to make sure that tools are usable for our partners and the public so that we can be efficient at implementation of conservation actions. These tools and resources also enhance our ability to communicate conservation goals across the state, so it is imperative that they remain relevant. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service requires each U.S. state and territory that receives state and tribal wildlife grants to have a state wildlife action plan and to update that plan every 10 years. These grants are a major funding source for conservation in Oregon. There are 8 required elements that are mandated by Congress to be addressed in all state wildlife action plans. By documenting how our revision has addressed all of these elements, we solidify our access to that essential state and tribal wildlife grant funding. In summary, these elements include information on the distribution and abundance of species, descriptions of locations and relative condition of key habitats, information on threats and stressors, conservation actions, plans for review and revision by our partners, description of public participation, proposed plans for monitoring, and procedures to review the plan. Something's happening. There we go. So we are here today to ask you to approve our approach to addressing these 8 elements of the SWAP for submission to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Outside of the service's formal revision process, these core components of the SWAP must remain static. Additional supporting information, including appendices, specific actions by individuals in the toolbox, spotlights, links, resources, and COA profiles are identified as non-core and may be updated outside of the formal revision process. Broad partner and public participation is an essential element of developing and implementing the SWAP. The department approached public engagement in multiple ways. One approach was through technical review. Draft content was posted online starting in February and was presented for review through a series of 17 public-facing meetings in the first half of 2025. These meetings were also recorded and posted to YouTube for viewing at any time, which have cumulatively had over 1,600 views. We solicited feedback throughout the entire process. In early 2024, we sent out an external partner and public survey. Also early in the process, the department created a SWAP revision website that is kept up to date with notifications, recordings, draft content, and an always open feedback form. We utilize direct outreach and one-on-one interviews to enhance content of the SWAP, and we invited all federally recognized tribes in Oregon to participate in a collaborative process to complete the revision and conducted outreach at the Pacific Northwest Regional Native American Fish and Wildlife Association Conference. Another of our objectives was to connect with audiences we do not typically address. We broadened our outreach, and we have been working to raise the general awareness of Oregon SWAP as the key mechanism by which we understand the species at risk and how to protect them.
So I want to take a minute to highlight some of our efforts to reach the broadest possible audience and to motivate that connection with our species of greatest conservation need as they're described in the SWAP. So our marketing staff has made connections with brands like Jamba Juice and KGW to start the Oregon is Worth Protecting campaign. So this campaign, which you see a lot of the materials, products from that are around the room here. The campaign gives short, fun facts about species and drives clicks to the website OregonIsWorthProtecting.com. And I want to give another shout out to Aubrey, who designed the beautiful artwork on the logo there. She does a great job, and I think it looks great. Through our radio advertisements, KGW video clips, the Jamba Juice campaign, we've generated over 12,000 visits in the last month. So we're really excited to see how this campaign grows and generate the excitement and passion about Oregon's wildlife and conservation. And as a side note, we're just brainstorming the next phase, which will be a series of lapel pins. Just kidding. Anyway, I'll turn it back to Carolyn to continue.
So we wanted to provide an overview of the major themes of the public comments that we received and how they were addressed. Updated sections of the SWAP were first made available for public review and comment in February of 2025. The department then published the complete final draft in July. Comments submitted by July 31st were reviewed and incorporated into the final version for commission review. The majority of the comments we received were advocating for either inclusion of or more information about species. Every species that was suggested for inclusion was fully assessed using our criteria. Not every species was determined to merit listing, but we appreciate the information that was provided and the opportunity to dive deeper into these species. Based on feedback from July, we added 3 species of birds to the species of greatest information need list. For California bighorn sheep, they were determined not to meet the criteria for listing, but we did recognize that they are facing a threat from respiratory disease. Changes were made to the Fish and Wildlife Diseases section and the Conservation Toolbox to address these concerns. For marine species where additional information was requested, we reviewed and strengthened the species of greatest conservation needs specific data needs and conservation actions in the SWAP. We want to express our gratitude for the many comments and questions regarding potential conservation actions for sea otters and sunflower sea stars. They pointed out some areas where we had fallen short. For those species, as well as associated species and habitats like kelp beds, we want to highlight that additional information has been included and that ODFW is actively supporting research and contributing data toward the conservation of these species and habitats. Several people were disappointed with the length of the comment period on the complete final draft and would have preferred more time to make comments that would be considered for inclusion before the SWAP was submitted to you. We were able to connect with many of these commenters and work to identify that additional comment was available through this commission process. Several commenters provided additional information and details for inclusion in the Conservation Toolbox. We really appreciate this type of engagement and look forward to continued partnerships to continue to improve this section. And many commenters expressed a desire for the SWAP to include more enforceable actions. SWAPs were specifically created to be non-regulatory by Congress, and we do understand that many recommendations may be overlooked due to their non-regulatory nature. To address this, we emphasize partnerships with regulatory bodies and encourage engagement in processes that may produce enforceable outcomes. And lastly, we received several comments requesting more discussion of human-wildlife conflict throughout our key conservation issues. We were able to incorporate those comments and even went beyond the KCIs and added more information to the toolbox. And if you have any more questions about how comments were addressed, we are more than happy to answer those. So now we covered the steps that are leading up to today. There are a number of updates that are particularly impactful to the content that I will highlight here, and then Emily will go into the specifics for each of these focal areas. One key change throughout is the name change. We've changed the name to the State Wildlife Action Plan to be more in line with national terminology and to reflect the total integration of what was previously the Oregon Nearshore Strategy and the Oregon Conservation Strategies. The next big update is that we added pollution as a brand new KCI. While this large-scale threat was mentioned previously in the first and second iterations of the SWAP, we didn't provide that information in one centralized location. We also completely restructured the Conservation Toolbox to enhance its usability and added sections showcasing the types of actions that individuals can take. We updated the COAs to make sure that they included new and up-to-date data layers. We updated and enhanced our climate change content throughout and added new information on climate projections in each ecoregion. And we conducted a comprehensive review and revision of all of our species lists. 85 species were added as species of greatest conservation need, or SGCN. 32 that were previously identified as SGCN were moved to the species of greatest information need list, and 28 species were removed. And now Emily Van Wyk will talk more in depth about the updates that we have made during the revision.
Thank you, and I want to test sound real quick because I was trying to make sure I wasn't getting feedback from Carolyn's. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. I wanted to call you Commissioner, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Emily Van Wyk, and I'm our Wildlife Diversity Program Coordinator here in headquarters. So Carolyn did an exceptional job of providing some really broad context, and so I'm going to dive in a little bit more into some of the specifics on our focal areas in the SWAP, starting with our species. And at one point we did have animations in these slides, but we saw that things were going a little bit slower. So hopefully this is a little bit more streamlined. So nationally, state wildlife action plans are really intended to serve as the blueprints for the proactive conservation of fish and wildlife to prevent species from becoming threatened or endangered. And in Oregon, with that in mind, we have 3 categories of species included in the revised SWAP. So first, we have our species of greatest conservation need, or our SGCNs. And these are those species that we've identified as having imperiled conservation status. To be included as an SGCN, species met 2 or more conservation criteria intended to identify the species most at risk in Oregon. 320 species of all taxonomic groups were identified. And for each one of those, the SWAP presents high-level information, including special needs, threats and limiting factors, data needs, and conservation actions. For more detailed information on these species, the SWAP links out to key references or plans where they're available. Our next group is our species of greatest information need, or our SGINs. And these are the species that we assessed for potential inclusion as SGCNs, but we just didn't have enough data to assess them to determine their status. We have 176 SGINs identified, which you'll notice is a fairly high number. And what that reflects is more inclusivity in this round of some of the species outside of ODF&W's authority. So more inclusion of plants and invertebrates. And then in addition to our SGCNs and our SGINs, there are a number of different ways that we're including species in the revised SWAP, including in the section providing enhanced information on diseases, animal concentration areas, as well as species-specific spotlights throughout the document. To dig in a little bit more on what we mean here, we'll use American beaver as an example, recognizing this commission's interest. So we did assess American beaver under our criteria, and it was found not to meet the criteria for inclusion as an SGCN. However, we really do recognize the ecological importance of the species and worked closely with partners to elevate information on beaver throughout the revised SWAP in several different locations. So you'll find information on beaver in the Altered Disturbance Regime KCI, in the Water Quality and Quantity KCI, in some of the species-specific actions where that's relevant, as well as in relevant habitats where you may see impact from beaver activity. And so this is really a great example of the value of tying the SWAP to other management plans. So we have the Beaver Action Plan, and this helps us connect between the work that we're doing with the SWAP with other plans that the agency is pushing forward. And that really helps us be more effective with documents like this. Our next focal area is the key habitats identified in the SWAP. So these are native habitats of conservation concern that are really essential to many of our SGCNs. Information contained within the key habitat profiles can support land managers or landowners at all scales who are interested in conservation or restoration of those habitats in their area. In our approach to revising our key habitats, there are three main focuses. So a revision of threats and conservation actions. We worked hard to map the extent of key habitats statewide for better accuracy. And we also reanalyzed the main sources of key habitat change, focusing on the last 25 years to see what's changed. Habitat types included as key habitats weren't changed from 2016, as those categories were really broad and inclusive. However, in the integration of the nearshore strategy, we did add a 12th habitat, which is nearshore habitats, which has subcategories describing the diversity of nearshore habitats at risk. Each habitat profile includes a conservation overview, characteristics by ecoregion, limiting factors, recommended approaches, and it also links out to external documents. So as we think about the biodiversity crisis in Oregon and globally, KCIs, or our key conservation issues, are the major mechanisms driving change and impacting broad suites of species and habitats. Information on all of our KCIs was updated for this revision with new information and data and resources from the last 10 years. There's really a lot that we could say about KCIs, but I'd like to call your attention to just a few things. So first, marine and terrestrial threats to biodiversity were completely integrated for this iteration, which really helps us present information of landscape level threats more holistically. Second, as Carolyn mentioned, we have a brand new KCI, pollution. And this is in response to public and partner feedback, identifying this as a need, as well as a growing awareness of the impacts of pollution to fish, wildlife, and habitats. And then third, in 2024, we did a complete overhaul of the climate change KCI. And this was in partnership with the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center. So ODF&W has always included climate change as a critical threat to biodiversity in our SWAP, going all the way back to our first submitted draft in 2005. But 20 years ago, it was an appendix. And so a lot has changed since then. With the support of ODF&W's ocean and climate change policy, we've been able to increase focus on climate change impacts and really dramatically enhance the information provided. In addition to our KCIs, climate impacts are described throughout the revised SWAP. Each KCI presents broad statewide information, goals, and actions, and helps to connect with other more local plans. These are really high level to be broadly applicable and to provide a statewide framework and strategic direction that connects to agency-specific implementation plans. I also made a terrible mistake and did not bring water up here. And I'm wondering if, Esther, I can go send you to grab me water. Thank you. Didn't make a mistake with this, just the no water. We'll keep plowing ahead though. So next thing we're going to look at is our conservation opportunity areas, or our COAs. Oh, Michelle, thank you. I'm going to take a quick pause Thanks, guys. All right, we got this. So our COAs are built to help practitioners focus their conservation efforts and financial investments in specific areas across the state, really to increase the likelihood of long-term success over larger landscapes. COAs identify the areas that are most impactful to meeting SWAP goals. So these are areas that are climate resilient, areas with high concentrations of SGCNs, as well as areas where key habitats can be protected. For the revision, we performed an extensive cost-benefit analysis with more than 250 data layers to reassess the draft boundaries and we took the 2016 boundaries into consideration. So as we worked on this, data that was taken into consideration included both beneficial factors, so things like SGCN presence, KCIs, key habitats, and then detrimental factors like presence of pollutants or impervious surfaces. We also focused on making COAs consistent in how they treat land designations, like designated wilderness and other GAP status 1 lands. These COAs are not regulatory, but they're built to help focus voluntary conservation actions locally in the areas that would be most impactful to meeting SWAP goals and preserving our SGCNs. And our final focal area that I want to take a look at with you guys is our conservation toolbox. Even if you're familiar with the Oregon Conservation Strategy, this toolbox will feel new. In this revision, we prioritized empowering more Oregonians to take voluntary conservation actions and better connect communities to the conservation needs and opportunities in the places that they live and spend time. Planning and guidance documents like the SWAP can sometimes make it hard for individuals to see where they fit in. And this toolbox helps to bridge that gap by offering concrete examples of actions that people can take at the household, neighborhood, or watershed level, linked directly to the species, habitats, and threats that we've discussed. It also outlines how natural resource professionals like us can support the growing interest in protecting Oregon's biodiversity. Key features in the toolbox include a goals and action section to guide agencies like ODF&W in engaging all Oregonians, and a resource section for individuals looking to start conservation work, like restoring habitat on their land or in their communities. Underscoring the toolbox is the belief in landscape scale conservation, recognizing that all parts of Oregon, from urban backyards to working lands and protected areas, all play a vital role in wildlife conservation. So since 2016, ODF&W's SWAP has been fully web-enabled. Ours was the first in the country to move from a static, paper-based plan, like the PDFs you reviewed, to a fully interactive website. And that shift set a new standard for what a SWAP could be. And it's a really big part of the reason why our plan has been called the gold standard. Our SWAP is really unique in the amount of use that it gets, with over 120,000 unique visitors annually using the website to learn more about conservation in our state. And we recognize the challenge of reviewing a PDF and envisioning it as a website, and hope you can join us in our enthusiasm for the next steps when we migrate this content online. The information that we've discussed will be fully web-enabled once approved in 2026, which will allow us to link between sections so that users can find information and actions pertinent to their work and will be fully searchable. As a part of moving this content online, you'll see the new and improved Compass, which is our interactive web mapping tool. It allows users to explore SWAP-related data, so our species, habitats, and conservation issues, overlaid on a satellite image of Oregon. It's a really powerful tool, and we're really excited to roll out the updates alongside the new content. Looking even further ahead, in 2027, the SWAP will be fully integrated into the redesigned ODF&W website. So we've covered a lot here today, but we've really just scraped the surface. The SWAP provides high-level information on all of the species and habitats at risk in our state, the threats that they face, and recommended actions to address those threats. So as a reminder, today we're asking you to approve the 8 required elements to submit to the service at the beginning of October. And our recommendation is that you approve the department's approach to addressing those 8 required elements. And with that, we'll take a pause and see if you have any questions or if there's public comment.
Thank you. Commissioners' questions. It looks like Commissioner King has some, and I have a few as well. So Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And thank you, ladies, for your hard work. These are beautiful reports. Lots of hard work went into all of it. You know it's coming. You know I'm going to ask you a budget question because I asked it yesterday. So tell me a bit about how big your budget is for this and how does that compare to the wildlife budget?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So the budget for wildlife programs is around $100 million. I'm rounding here. The budget that we get from the state and tribal wildlife grants is quite small compared to that. But I would also add that, we try to integrate the work of the SWAP into all of our programs statewide. And so it's hard to put a small, what is that smaller percentage? I mean, recognize that it is just a small amount, but we are doing a much better job these days of integrating the work into all of our district wildlife biologists around the state, our district habitat biologists, fish biologists, et cetera. Everyone in the agency, I think, implements some part of the SWAP.
Now, I thank you, but I'll be more direct. Your wildlife program budget is 110 million roughly. And you advised me yesterday that this program is 1.5 million, roughly. So tiny compared to your overall budget. Am I understanding that properly?
The funding from the state wildlife grant.
Yeah, okay. And just looking at some of because I asked Ken when he was making for us, because he gives us the revenue reports each month, and I look the beautiful pie charts that he makes. The biggest revenue always is other. Now there's a zillion things in other, but the single biggest, it's 255 out of the whole big pie. It's bigger than feds by a lot, actually. The biggest of other is hunter angling. How much of that goes to SWAP? Or do you know?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, similar answer. It's hard to tease that out exactly. Certainly, some of the licensed dollars goes to efforts that would be related to SWAP implementation, but it's not categorized so that it can be teased out like that.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this, or the reason I harp on about this, is we're not going to move the needle until we start moving some money, essentially. This is all amazing stuff, but it is grossly underfunded. So do we have some ideas, or there's, some of the partners you've been working with in terms of the mechanism for how do we engage people in another way? The main way we engage our people is by charging them fees, by having them buy something, a license of some type. We don't have any way to engage the folks of SWAP, at least right now. So what are we doing to try and pivot that and therefore get a bigger budget and start to move the needle in some of these really important things and some of these things that you are highlighting?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think that is a ongoing question, but I think the Oregon is Worth Protecting campaign is a first step in that direction, trying to just increase people's understanding and ability to engage with this type of work, to understand that it's part of what ODFW does, and to kind of bring people in through creative ways that we as an agency have not tried before. So that's pretty exciting. And then, of course, their Recovering America's Wildlife Act at the federal level would be a game changer if that ever goes forward. And then the transit lodging tax proposal, the 1% for wildlife, was another idea that was close this past legislative session, and hopefully in the future could be introduced again.
Thank you. And is there anything we're doing? Again, those are dependent on other entities like legislatures and Congress and whatnot. Is there anything we're doing? Us. Like I said, we have a licensure mechanism to charge for people when they want to buy a hunter angling. Are we doing anything to charge for people that want to do SWAP? Is there anything moving in that front?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, there's nothing currently on the books for that, but I think my lapel pin idea might be.
Yeah, I'm on. Doesn't mean. Yeah, I got one. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let me ask a question, and it's directly to this. My first question, I have 5 or 6. My first question would have been a 2-part question, a little bit along the same lines, but if either you, Bernadette, or maybe Director Colbert could talk a little bit about just tying this to TLT. Had we gotten the 1% for wildlife, what difference would it have made in this SWAP and the A part of SWAP in the action part?
Well, that 1% for wildlife would have been a game changer, and your point is well made. Commissioner King, we do not have a dedicated source of funding for the conservation of these species. And it's been the subject of legislative blue ribbon panels and decades of people, putting ideas on the table but really nothing has materialized. Thanks to the really hard work of a number of partners, including some of them that are here today, we got really close, as y'all talked about earlier, with the 1% for wildlife bill. I think it was on the order of $35 million annually. So again, do that math. It would have almost doubled wildlife division budget if we had gotten that money. And so that is truly the kind of funding that I think it's going to take to move the needle so that we can keep these species from being listed. So anyway, we're hopeful that these kinds of ideas are getting closer than they ever have in the past, but it is going to take something that is outside of our control, but we can keep pushing and keep showing up to tell the story of the need and engaging more and more folks. And that's part of what we're doing with these campaigns.
And Chair Wall, I might just add, I think the swap would be kind of the guiding document as to how we would spend that money. So whether that's putting funding on the ground in projects, grant funding for our partners, additional staff and capacity here at ODFW, we would be using the swap to identify those priorities for spending that money.
Thank you for that. And descriptions of what it would be used for as they come along would be even more, it would be great to be getting those. I always think in terms of if we get dollars, we put ODF and W people at the NS 4 and 5 level across the table when these decisions are made. And it might not be magic, but it's pretty close. And that's what it seems to me would have been one of the big things coming out of TLT, and I'm thrilled that we got so close. I have a few questions, but I want to back up for just 1 second because Carolyn and Emily, the hundreds literally of people inside and outside this agency that engaged, thank you for what has come out of this. I love that it's the gold standard among other states because it'll be web-based, and I'm sure that people in my generation will soon know how to do that web-based piece and not have to wade through the 500 pages that didn't blend too well together for some of us. But I am in awe of the change from 16 to now and where this could be. I'm frustrated, like everybody else in this room, I'm sure is, that it's potential at this point for what the swap could be, not actuality. And it just, with the biodiversity crisis in front of us, it makes me nuts. But at least we came from what we had in 2016 to where we are now, and we have the potential. So that's the context that I'm trying to look at this in. So here are a few of my questions. One of the key ones that every time I read it, I still don't see this piece. And if it's there, then tell me how to read it. We are saying there's a biodiversity crisis. We have listed the species. We have said over and over the words that the populations are declining, the trend lines are clear. And what I don't see is where are the metrics and where are the intermediate steps that say, okay, you've been at this for 4 years and this is where we are, this is where the trend lines are. And it's not because I just love trend lines, but we have to know that so that we can be adaptive. So where are the metrics and where should I look for that?
Chair Wall, thank you for that question. I'll do my best to take a first stab and see if other folks want to step in. So for some species, we have a lot of information. And so you can have those trend lines, you can have those really clear-cut answers. But for a lot of species, we don't even have the baseline information of where they're at. And so when you're thinking about 320 species of greatest conservation need, it includes a lot of those where, we've got a handful of observations and we know that they're doing really poorly. And so some of that need is for us to go out and get that baseline information. We need to have those trends. We don't even have enough information to say how much worse they're doing than 10 years ago. And so we look really broadly. And so that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing. One of the things that I've been really excited to see is, even in my short time here, I've been here only 5.5 or so years, the conversation at ODF and W about the work that we're doing within the swap has really changed. And so I love hearing from you guys that you think that we need more funding or we need to be working towards these things. The fact that we're talking about salamanders and snakes and turtles, is exceptional. And so I'm in a space where I'm really excited to see us get to this point, and really excited to see us talking about the TLT and recognizing this as a need. And this is like continuing to message through things like Oregon is worth protecting. And that'll help us get to the point where we could provide those trend lines, but we're not in the same space that we are for a lot of those hunted species where we've been collecting data for decades.
Right.
So that's something that would be so great. But a lot of species, we don't have that.
Then let me go to my next question, because in the toxics world, you went from trying to think about every chemical because you can't get there. You just can't get there. So you have to think about it differently. And what you all have done, as I look at it, is go to the landscape level and look at habitats and what you can change in the habitat. So I have a couple questions on that level, because we can't go to 320 species and gather those because they'll be gone by the time we count them. So what about the landscape level on habitat? And that's the part that I struggled trying to make sure that we were really clear on things that were huge landscape scale pieces like land conversions. And have we been clear enough about those are going to move a lot of the different species? And that's the fragmentation that I think you were talking about earlier. So how are we measuring that? Because that's the level that we have to be at, and that's where we have to be working, and that's what we have to encourage everybody else to do, I think, or we're not going to be acting urgently enough in a crisis. So could you talk about that a little bit more? And if flow and water quantity are the ones and riparian are the one that you want to talk about, pick one of them, if you will, and talk about how we're going to be making that kind of headway.
Thank you, Chair Wall. We really view each of our KCIs as those major threats to species and habitats, and work to identify them on that large scale. And that's also part of how the SWAP is structured, in that we kind of go broad at KCIs and then narrow to ecoregions, to habitats, to species. And so these KCIs are really an important way for us to really get in and address the biodiversity crisis. And it is one of the ways in which we have started really focused on in terms of what our messaging is, especially when we're talking about reaching those broad audiences and what you can do. And that's really where our focus is as an agency in terms of messaging, is looking at these KCIs and talking about how they relate to our species and habitats, and how we can really make a difference at that level.
And let me ask, thank you, that helps. And I think for me, this is just going to be emerging as we figure out how we can actually use this mountain of information now at the landscape and translate it to the landscape level. Will you go do the reverse? A lot of people that we heard from called and said, what about X animal? What about the bee? What about the otter? What about the this or the that? And that's where they're working, and that's where they're going to contribute. So how should people think about individual species when they're working with individual species? How should they think about that in the SWAP context, and how is that going to add up so that we're starting to, again, slow or reverse those trend lines?
Yeah, so one of the examples that comes to mind immediately is thinking about umbrella species and thinking beyond just what the SWAP is doing. So one example would be mule deer. Mule deer are not a species identified as an SGCN, but we have a lot of work going on to conserve mule deer. And how can we connect those species of greatest conservation need to mule deer conservation? So what are the species that are overlapping? How can we consider those in our recommendations for restoration there? So if you're thinking about mule deer, are you also thinking about loggerhead shrike? If you're in an area with burrowing owl, are you including considerations there in the restoration plan? And so finding those commonalities and working more collectively with our partners internally and externally, I think is where we're going to be really successful. And so we do see a lot of that overlap with different species and thinking about what they need. But each one of those species needs something specific. So you heard about the sage grouse plan this morning. They need something a little bit different than pygmy rabbits, but they're in a similar area. And so if we're providing information on species-specific needs, so for those SGCNs that we can then kind of plug and play into, this restoration plan was going to go on anyways, let's make sure that we have habitat characteristics for pygmy rabbits. So we want big sagebrush, we want deep soils, and so have those things connected. That's where we can be really successful. And we've always operated in a space with very limited resources, not just in Oregon, but nationally, probably globally. And so one thing that we're really good at doing in this non-game conservation space is making friends, making partnerships, and figuring out ways how you can get your piece in there. And so one of the biggest things that we need to do is find the information on what we could do for some of our less charismatic species and make sure that that's included. And it's not really this or that, and it's oftentimes additive. And so just making sure that we're providing that. It might just be a little tweak when you're putting in a BDA to really benefit Oregon spotted frogs, a beaver dam analog. So it could be a really small tweak, but it'll really benefit other species there. And so that's kind of why, like if you're looking at that bottom end of the spectrum, if you're looking species specific, where we could really be successful.
Chair, well, I would also add, just when we think about once the revised swap is online and how it is now, if you're interested in a certain species and you're entering that website looking for that species, it will link you to the habitat that species is found in. And then when you're in that habitat section, you can see what other species are using that habitat. So like the way it is all interconnected on the website, I think also helps make those connections among species within the same types of habitats or in the same ecoregion. It's like
Thank you. Yeah. And I know none of the answers are perfect yet, but it really does help if people know how to go back and forth with this and actually make it build up to something. You said, I think it was you, Bernadette, that we did a complete redo, or maybe it was you, Carolyn, I'm not sure, a complete redo on climate change KCI. What's that mean for us at the landscape level? What's that actually going to change for how these things add up in the climate change habitat context?
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, we actually partnered with the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center to help us with our updating the information so that we are sure that we have incorporated the most current, the most up-to-date, the most forward-looking information available in our climate change KCI. So we're really proud of that, being able to be confident in the information that we're providing there as background. We also want to highlight the ODFW's climate policy that is also a part of everything that ODFW is doing, making sure that we are doing the science and collecting the information on those big threats like climate change and drought and all the things associated with climate change and what we can do about them. And we've incorporated lots of new actions and goals under climate change in order to really highlight how that all fits together and where people can focus their efforts. We have a section on what's being done specifically in Oregon that is going to be part of our non-core material so that we can keep that more up to date as things change, because we know climate change, our knowledge of climate change changes rapidly. And this is a way that we'll be able to make sure that the information we're providing is really the most current and the most up to date, even through the next 10 years.
Thank you. I just have two more questions and then we'll go to people who want to testify, but this one is such a big deal. You talked about pollution as a new KCI. What does that do in the context of all that we have heard and the workshop we had on 6 PPDQ in terms of vegetated buffers would do so much to capture that stuff coming off those roads, and it would be great for coho, but great for a lot of other things too. So could you talk about that in the context of that KCI?
Sure. Chair Wall, thank you for that question. So pollution is a brand new KCI, as you mentioned. We had information on pollution in previous iterations of the swap, but it wasn't something that we somehow didn't include as a standalone chapter. And so this is something that's a pretty big shift. And where that came from was when we went out for a public survey, I believe in early 2024. Folks ranked that as a pretty high concern for a variety of fish, wildlife, and habitats. And so it was pretty eye-opening, like that's a big gap that we were able to fill. And so a lot of the strength of the State Wildlife Action Plan is providing information and connecting that to species-specific concerns. And so providing information on the types of pollution and impacts to species. It can't be comprehensive. We're trying our darndest to cover every species, every habitat at risk, all of the threats and all of the actions. And so it's really high level, but it provides that connection. It helps focus us and share that that's important to address, and that'll help inform what grants get funded potentially. So if you're saying We're addressing light pollution. We're addressing 6-PPD. We're including considerations into our habitat prescription to address the way that we mitigate for pollutants. That connects back to these species of greatest conservation need and helps elevate that as a concern and the way that you would work on addressing those concerns. So I think for me, one of the places I see the swap being most successful is when people copy and paste into their grant applications or their justification for the work that they're doing. Just like, here is some high quality information, ties back to the work that we're doing, and how can I make sure that I'm addressing some of these really big threats that fish, wildlife, and habitats are facing.
Thank you. Last question, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I do want to talk about beaver managed habitat. When I look at the definition of key habitats, this one just it resonates. But what I think I have heard from you all is that it doesn't fit as a key habitat. I would like to be able to explain to people who ask me why not. It's so critical. That kind of habitat so critical for so many reasons and so many threats that are coming at us in this climate impacted world. Why isn't that one a key habitat?
Chairwell, thank you for that question. And it's a hard one. We recognize the importance of beaver modified habitat, but when you look back to 2003 or when we first developed our key habitats, we were using a habitat map that doesn't identify that as a habitat type. And we really, when we asked, like, do you have a map of this feature, our partners weren't able to provide one. And a lot of that's because beaver modified habitat is not a distinct ecological habitat analogous to our swap key habitats. It's a result of beaver altering key habitats that we do have. So flowing water and riparian areas, wetlands, aspen woodlands. It's a kind of a quality of those, and it's included in so many of them. And so it's challenging to identify that when it's really not, it's not limited to damming and ponding activity, and it includes a whole lot of different activities. So developing channels and canals, riparian vegetation alteration, denning, all of that. And so when you're not able to carve it out and say, here it is on the landscape and here's what's changed over time, that's what makes it really different. And so one of the drivers in our initial selection of key habitats was that change over time. So what was the loss from the arrival of Euro-American settlers in the 1850s? And how does that change to the 90s to now? How does it compare? And we don't have that answer for beaver modified habitats because it's a quality. And so what we did after a lot of grappling was provide some of that detailed information in each of those habitats that is relevant because you see beaver activity across the board. And so it's hard to, like, you can't delineate it. It doesn't have a vegetation structure. It doesn't have that specific unique feature that we can map and say this is what it is, or have a distinct as you're looking at different habitat maps. And so that's kind of the way we approach that. Does that help answer that question?
It does. It's especially the part about thinking about they modify other habitats, which immediately makes me think, is this a KCI then instead? But that's a different story. And I've already used up a lot of time on this, which I appreciate you indulging me and let me ask all 6 questions. But this swap is a big deal if we can translate it into action. And I know it only happens when we get some fuel in the tank, but if it's ready to go. So anyway, I'll stop now. Thank you for the answer, and I'll keep thinking about it, but you can bet I'll be back on beaver modified habitat.
Chairwell, can I? Oh,
yep.
Can I do a quick follow-up? Just
yes.
Because you had indicated it seems like a KCI. Absolutely, we agree, and it is. And so we include beaver modified habitat as that is an altered disturbance regime. If you're not seeing beaver modification, that's where we see that as fitting. Okay. And so it's even above the level of, so as Carolyn was saying, we kind of start with our KCIs, then our ecoregions, then our habitats, kind of scaling down spatially. And so we kind of plug it in at that top level of this is a pretty broad impact.
Oh, that helps.
Thank you for letting me jump in.
Yeah, no. Other commissioners will have questions, and then I think there will be more questions as soon as we hear from people who'd like to testify. So Commissioner Labhart, and then we'll go to testimony.
I'll be very quick. WAFWA, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, a number of years ago held up our conservation strategy as the gold standard in the Western United States. It's my hope that when this passes, it'll be the same thing, and the swap will be held up as the gold standard. I want to thank Bernadette, you in particular, for spending, you and Emily and staff for spending almost an hour with me on the phone answering some of my questions. I want to particularly thank you for following back up with the folks who I said have some issues and concerns. And from what I've heard from some of them is they feel a lot better about it. And I don't know if we're going to get to yes, that it's perfect, but if we can get to folks when they testify that and it's not perfect, but we can live with it. That's what I'm hoping for with the public testimony and where we go from here. Thanks.
Anything else, or we'll go to, we only have 2 people signed up, so if staff will stay close, but let somebody else take your seat. And so if Bob Bailey and Thomas O'Neill will both come forward, those, oh wait, and Srishti Kamal, sorry Srishti, are you in? Yes. Can all 3 of you come up? She's right. She's virtually close, yes. And Srishti, you're first on the list. These others were in handwriting. Sorry, I missed the typed one. So we'll start with you, Srishti, and then Bob, and then Thomas O'Neill.
Is that better?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Korber, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the State Wildlife Action Plan revision process as well as the draft plan. I'm Srishti Kamal, and I'm the Deputy Director at Western Environmental Law Center, or WELC. WELC is also one of the members of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. Our coalition submitted a detailed comment letter to the SWAP revision team, which contains our specific suggested changes to the SWAP draft. We appreciate the inclusion of species such as sea otter, California condors, and North American porcupine, along with updating the avian and herpetofauna list under the species of greatest conservation needs, or SGCN. However, the SWAP currently lacks specific conservation actions for a lot of the 300+ species in the SGCN list. For these species, especially the ones that lack an individual recovery or management plan, which is most of the current 300+ species, the SWAP is the only guiding document. It is therefore an opportunity to develop robust and specific conservation actions for these species. But my main comment today is that this iteration of the SWAP revision increased the number of SGCN species from 294 to well over 300. We didn't go down in number, we simply went up. It is the most direct proof that species decline and impact on their habitats is a serious threat in Oregon, and it is only escalating. Yet, and I will piggyback on the earlier discussion here today, the SWAP lacks any meaningful, consistent funding, and a plan is only as good as the funding available to implement it. The draft SWAP itself notes its effectiveness is contingent on funding. Of the state general funds that ODF&W receives, 0% is dedicated specifically for the SWAP. What little funding it does have is from federal grants, and that has been essentially zeroed out. Simply put, there is no funds to support the implementation. 300+ species with no dedicated funding. In the 2025 legislative session, we ran House Bill 2977, or 1% for wildlife, which was going to be a consistent and dedicated funding for the SWAP through a 1.25% increase in the state TLT. And we came really close to success with this bipartisan concept. I want you to know that we are coming back with it again, a 1% for wildlife next session, because without dedicated state funding for the SWAP, Oregon's most vulnerable species have no path to recovery. We look forward to others in the conservation community who care about the species and the habitats in the SWAP to join our movement and carry the momentum we have built. This is basically an open invitation. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Bob.
Fine. Here.
You got it. You got it.
I got it? Got it? All right, thank you. I'm the old guy and I don't know how to work these things. Bob Bailey, I'm the president of the board of directors of the Orca Alliance. We are an Oregon nonprofit working to help to restore, protect, and strengthen our coastal ecosystems by returning sea otters. As a keystone species. The Orca Alliance is pleased that the draft swap lists the sea otter in addition to bull kelp and native eelgrass as species of greatest conservation need. This is a step in the right direction because it raises the awareness of the significance of these species to a resilient and productive marine environment and the need for conservation actions to restore and protect them. The Orca Alliance also agrees with the listing of kelp beds and eelgrass beds as key habitats in the revised swap. These habitats are crucial for the viability of many marine species far beyond the physical habitat itself. That's a particular complication in the marine environment, is this fluid dynamic environment that where the footprint of individual habitats is magnified far and wide and makes it particularly hard to think about how you map them and identify them and so on. So sea otters play into that. So this draft swap identifies climate change as a key conservation issue. And this action plan is an opportunity to create a blueprint for species conservation for the next decade in Oregon that is both informed by and responsive to the risks of climate change. The scientific literature suggests that returning sea otters, which is, quote, a strongly interacting species, can, over time, reduce many of the stressors such as hypoxia, ocean acidification, and invasive species caused by climate change in the marine environment, and thereby increase the complexity and resilience within the marine and estuarine ecosystems of the Oregon coast. Multiple species will benefit from bringing back this one. We urge the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission to use the opportunity provided by the swap revision to consider including conservation actions in the swap that will facilitate climate resilience in Oregon, including actions that will support the reintroduction of sea otters. And I would also say that we are well aware of the funding limitations and trying to fight this battle with both hands tied behind our back if you don't have the funding. And so we are working with our partners on the 1% for wildlife in the legislature. There's no reason why we can't get that over the finish line. We're also working with a very large private funding foundation that is stepping up to provide significant funding to try to bring sea otters back to Oregon, and that funding base could even help ODF&W. And lastly, I would say this is my third swap that I've reviewed and participated in. I hope to be here for the next one in 10 years, but you never know at this point in life. But it's been a pleasure to work on all of them. This is the best one yet. So despite some kissing and moaning along the way that I had, this is quite good. I have such high expectations for us all here in the state of Oregon. I really do. So I want this to be the best it can be, and I think we're on our way there. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Go ahead. And if you'll
We good? Okay. My name is Tom O'Neill, and I'm the director of the Habitat Institute. My understanding, you need to know a bit about me, about my response to the swap. And that is I'm a certified wildlife biologist and have been for 44 years. I've worked with a lot of natural resource agencies, tribes, University of Chicago, national labs. And I've also worked for ODFW for the entire 1990s. And during that period of time, I was one of the guys who was assigned to the spotted owl, one of the 3 people. I've also put up a bear study, a marten study, and in the Cascades. I also developed the Atlas of Oregon Wildlife. It was published in 1995 and again in 2001, and it deals with all the range maps for about 450 species. And I don't know where that data was. I left it to the ODFW when I left. I also was the principal developer and author of the Wildlife Habitat Relationships in Oregon and Wildlife book. It was published in 2001. It involved 88 authors, had over 700 people involved in the development of that. And that's this book right here. I also hold the first patent in the US to value nature from a biodiversity perspective. So some of your earlier comments, we can help you with regarding where we're at with biodiversity. My comments on the swap and on the habitat component is the ones that they list are simply wrong. I can't put it any better than that. What they have done is they've taken vegetation types and called them habitats. And by doing so, and this is on page 9 of their habitat strategy, they make that statement. What you're missing or misunderstanding is a very key part, and that is, though we can identify vegetation at a very fine level, we don't necessarily know the wildlife associated with it at a very fine level. You have to do a cluster analysis, was done in 1995 to show that 130 vegetation types were used. And once they try to get a 95% confidence level on what wildlife were associated with it, they got it down to 30. And that's quite a bit of, difference. You need to be aware that that is. So there's not 11 habitats in the state. There's not 77. Right? With the book, you do this, there's 31 of them for the state of Oregon. So one of the things I've been asking ODFW for quite a while is to use the Wildlife Habitat Relationship book. And one time, about 15 years ago, I got an opportunity to use that along with our patented method. In so doing, we got you $120 to $150 million settlement with Bonneville Power. It was called I think you called it the Wildlife Valley Wildlife Mitigation Program. It came in 2010. That was from work that we had done to show how you do a crosswalk impacts and that type of thing. We've also helped the federal government access nearly $1 billion in public funding. We've been through National Academy of Science reviews, one at the cost of almost $200,000. The bottom line is we have available information that it works. Now, Mark Twain had said, there are 2 days important in your life, the day you're born and the day you realize why. And as commissioners, I'm sure that you all find that you have meaning in your life for outdoor work and for the love of our fish and wildlife and for future generations. As you know, also as an ODFW commission, when you have a fiduciary responsibility for wildlife for future Oregonians. And I'm highlighting this to you so you do not approve the habitat section of SWAP. It needs to be up and current with current wildlife habitat relationships books that's here, that's could be easily done without a lot of fanfare. And it's not the best available information, which the website says it is, the SWAP. If you want the best available science, then I'd use the wildlife habitat relationships because it works and I can prove it. If you want to look for the book, it's in the Smithsonian Library. I've also gotten you money in the past.
Thank you. A lot to take in. Questions? Follow-up? Just one really quick one. Christy, could you just say again what you were talking about with 320 species, can't get actions without, it sounded like you were saying if there aren't actions in there, you're not going to be able to use it to go get money. Is that the short version?
Chair Wall, what I was saying was that for most of the species that are under the SGCN list, they do not have individual recovery or conservation plans because that's true for most species here. So this is the only guiding document. So this is kind of our opportunity to build in where we can for species that would otherwise not have individual plans.
Thank you. Now I get it. Yes. Could we thank you all? And Bob, real quickly.
May I say just one more thing? And that's, I'm playing off what occurred before lunch, the awards that were given to staff. But I want to thank all of you as volunteer public members who come and serve on this. This is not easy. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. There's a lot of emotional decisions and factual decisions to be made. So thank you all for your service. I really mean that.
Thank you. Thank you all for this. Yes. Staff, if you could come back up. Questions to staff or comments? Commissioner King and
Thanks, Cheryl. Just mostly a comment to be like, you're actually onto something with the lapel pins. Because I was sitting here thinking about it, and it's the whole concept of virtue signaling that is huge in millennials, Gen Z, and beyond, because we're actually literally surrounded by it. Like, you've got your Oregon is worth saving. You're talking about Jamba Juice. We're filled with artwork. To me, it's it's about finding a way to engage. How do you get people to pay for what they're passionate about? Is basically what it is. And so you're actually onto something when because I love lapel pins and I love that people come and show them to me in these meetings, but really, people will pay for those stickers on their car. The example I used with you yesterday is we all go to Mount Hood, or most of us do in Western Oregon, and we pay $25 for our snow pass. None of us know why. I actually looked it up one day, and it actually goes to the Forest Service to like maintain the bathrooms or some darn thing. You just pay it, and it's a sticker that goes on your car. And so I'm saying with some of this is, yes, we need this transient lodging tax. Yes, we need House Bill, whatever, and whatever percent and all of that. But I think that there is a whole lot we can do ourselves with finding a way to engage with an entire different segment of the population. So that's just my general comment. Thank you.
And we would be happy to kind of circle back with you on the Oregon's Worth Protecting campaign, because there's a lot to it. We just touched the surface today, but it's along the lines of what you're talking about.
Vice Chair.
Yeah. So I want to back up just a little bit and just honor the people that are sitting here that spent so much time getting us to the place where we're at. So Carolyn, Emily, Bernadette, everyone who was involved in putting this swap together. This is an unbelievable amount of work, right? I had Roxy print the thing out for me. Thank you, Roxy. Because I really wanted to read the whole thing. And online, there's just so many different sections to it. So I drug it to the fair with me. It was like this thick. I was sitting in a lawn chair at the Kirk County Fair because my daughter was showing her meat chickens, reading this massive document, right? Don't stand on a bridge and drop this thing on your enemy, right? It'll hit him in the head. I feel like we kind of have a tone of like, we're not good enough. We're not doing good enough. It's not a good enough plan. We didn't identify enough. We didn't do it right. We don't have the funding for it. We don't have, and I just want us to like try to figure out how do we get out of that kind of mindset, because we have so much work to do as Oregonians. And I think these comments that Commissioner King has about how do we inspire, maybe it is this Oregon is worth protecting, or maybe there's a way that we can even become more personal about that. And also not just think, we do have thousands, like Commissioner Labhart said earlier, thousands of Oregonians are interacting with their habitats, and we need every one of them. On my family ranch, we could keep 100 people working every day for the next 20 years and not do the amount of restoration that's needed, right? That's on one ranch in Oregon. So I just want to be like, we know we need funding. We look at Washington and they got funding, right? They got funding. We haven't gotten funding in Oregon yet. If we get funding that is specific to helping us, like with swap species, we don't want it to turn us into a divided state like it's done to Washington. We want to invite everyone, because like those species, like just that example of, how do you stack things under mule deer? How do you stack things around sage grouse? How do you stack things around, I don't know, beavers, or the nearshore environment, or whatever. I mean, I just don't want us to leave this feeling, we do what we can with what we have, and then we work harder to go farther. And that's what we should be doing. And there is a network of things here. This thing is unbelievable. Can it be better? Sure. But just the breadth of it. And also just, you guys, like, look at dang it. I mean, I sit here and I go, I got it pulled up, just reading them.
just reading the names of them, you know, the Swanson's hawk, the trumpeter swan, the tufted puffin, the, you know, the canyon bat. God, where is that guy? Right? Canyon bat. I don't know. I won't say California mountain king snake because we don't want to talk about California, but the Great Basin collared lizard, the bull trout. It's incredible, you guys. We have a huge story to tell. We aren't perfect. This is a document that's created in part to check a box with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to get more money for Oregon that we have to do. That's part of it too. You guys have taken it broader. We can do more. We need better messaging. I just don't want to, I just feel like we're enough where we are today, and we will continue to get better. So I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Okay, I'll go to her as soon as we do Commissioner Labhart, and then Commissioner DeFries. Go ahead, Dallas.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I think Becky actually kind of culminated what I was going to say, but just to add on to that, I think, well, I would like to say that I have used this plan as I write grants and as I inform how I do conservation management planning and all of those things. And so I think the application of it is happening currently and will continue to happen as this plan is revised. And I appreciate that. And I'm excited to see how the online tool continues to evolve and become more user-friendly. And we talked about this before, but just being able to download layers and make it more interactive and just more public knowledge for the people in Oregon, I think is great. And I just want to echo Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde's sentiment that it is incredibly difficult, and I'm coming this from the lens of land management and conservation work. There's a lot of information, and to parse that down into a digestible and usable way for members of the public to use that is an incredibly daunting job. And I think that things will always fall off because out of necessity for just the digestibility of it and the breadth of what we're trying to look at here. So I just want to say that I think, in my conversations with you all, it seemed like you really did your due diligence, and this is a really big plan, and it will continue to evolve, and we will all continue to learn. But I agree, this is good enough. We will build upon it and continue to learn, and I'm excited about where we'll continue to head. So thank you all for your work.
Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm going to use my statement that I've used many times before, and it's called relentless engagement. And relentless engagement means that this swap emphasizes proactive voluntary conservation and declining species and habitats to reduce the possibility of future federal and state listings. While not a regulatory document, it does outline key issues, opportunities, and recommended voluntary actions to improve the effectiveness of conservation across Oregon. It fosters a shared understanding of the challenges facing the state's fish and wildlife by all Oregonians. It sets common priorities and addresses these needs. The future of many species will depend on the willingness of individuals, organizations to voluntarily take action to protect and improve fish and wildlife habitat. The SWAP provides tools and resources for all Oregonians, including professionals and individuals new to wildlife conservation, to get started. And like Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said, it does check the box for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funding, which we don't know, but we can't let that stop us. So we have to continue the relentless engagement. This is a step that we're taking up. I don't know how many steps there is, but this is another step that we need to take, and we need to move it forward. And as you can tell, I'm going to support the document. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, could I hear a motion? Go ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the department's approach to addressing the 8 required elements of the Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan as described in attachment 1, 3, and 4 for submission to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with the understanding that department staff will finalize the content and make any changes necessary to transition to a web-based format.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the department's approach to addressing the 8 required elements of the Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan as described in attachments 1, 3, and 4, as was just read into the record. Are there any other comments? Then could we do a roll call on this one? Michelle?
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde, Wall.
Yes. Passes unanimously. So thank you all. I guess your celebration can start, and
Thanks, ladies.
we will go on then to the because it has been so long. Oh wait.
So, next one. You're on the-
Oh, just a second. So this is on the orders. I think we're ready to move on to Exhibit E, Southern Resident Orca Endangered Species Management Plans. And I will let the panel introduce themselves. And I understand you're going to introduce people who did other parts of this one as well. So Howard, I think if you'll kick it off.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name's Howard Takata. I'm the Southern Resident Orchid Conservation Coordinator, and with me are John North, Assistant Administrator for Marine and Columbia River Programs, and Mike Brown, Marine Mammal Program Leader. So today, we're here to present to the Commission endangered species management plans for Southern Resident Orcas from the state landowning or managing agencies. We'll also be presenting conservation memoranda from the non-landowning agencies, which are for your information only, and no commission action is needed on them. We're also fortunate to have with us today some representatives from the other state landowning agencies. We have Laurel Hillman from the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, Dana Hicks from the Department of State Lands, Phil Hudspeth from the Oregon State Marine Board, and Keegan Scully Engelmeyer from the Department of Environmental Quality. They're all in the virtual room. And with us here in this room is Lieutenant Ryan Howell from Oregon State Police. Next slide, please. So I just want to start off real quick with a recap of the key points about Southern Resident Orcas. The current population size is 73 orcas, 25 in J-pod, 15 in K-pod, and 33 in L-pod. And the population has been in decline for the last 30 years. The Oregon coast is part of the designated critical habitat for the southern residents, and provides an important travel corridor for 2 of the pods, K and L, during the winter and spring when they're traveling up down the coast looking for prey. And the mouth of the Columbia River is an important feeding area for them. The main threats to the southern residents are pretty well known. They are lack of prey, vessel and noise disturbance, and environmental contaminants. Next slide, please. After the southern residents were listed as endangered in Oregon last year, the commission determined that these three agencies, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and the Oregon Department of State Lands proprietary component were state landowning or managing agencies with a role to play in SRO conservation. And each of these agencies is required to develop an endangered species management plan. Next slide, please. So shown here, an ESMP must cover several elements that are required by rule. However, when I'm going through each of the plans, I'm going to focus primarily on the agency's role and its management actions. In terms of role, an agency can choose from a few different options. One is conservation, where the agency's actions are significant enough that they can help move a species towards delisting. Another potential role is contributing to conservation, where the actions are still very important, but not quite up to the level of a conservation role. And then there's take avoidance, where the actions are really meant to avoid killing individual animals of the species. And I should mention that an agency can also select more than one role for itself, depending on what responsibilities it has. As for the timeline, the ESMPs must be developed within 18 months of listing and submitted to the commission for its review and approval. We're at the 18-month mark now, and the commission can either approve the plans as they are submitted today, or if you believe that the actions in the plan are not consistent with the role that the agency has identified for itself, you can take steps to modify or request modifications to the plan. And the commission has up to 24 months after listing to approve the plans. Last thing that I think it's important to remember is that, as with any agency action, the actions in the ESMPs are contingent upon available funding. Next slide, please. So we've gone through a pretty extensive public input process for these management plans. ODFW, we met with the Oregon Orca Coalition in June to talk about development of the plan. We also hosted a public meeting last month to gather feedback on ODFW's draft plan. And we've posted a couple of different drafts of our plan on our website, along with the plans for OPRD and DSL. And we've been in regular communication with stakeholders during this process to answer any questions they might have. Next slide, please. So now we'll go through the highlights for each agency's ESMP, starting with ODFW. We identified our role in SRO conservation as contributing to conservation. We separated our management actions into those that we're currently taking now and new actions that we plan to implement in the future. As you can see, there are many actions that we're taking now that support SRO conservation. I'm not going to go through each of these now because they're described in much greater detail in the agenda item summary, but I will say that these actions help address multiple threats, from providing prey to reducing contaminants, protecting SRO from noise disturbance and oil spills. Therefore, we believe that these are critically important actions that we need to maintain. Next slide, please. Having said that, there are also some new actions that we would like to implement. First, we want to evaluate the feasibility of enhancing hatchery salmon production to provide additional prey for SRO. If we find that increasing production is feasible, then our next step would be to secure funding. We also plan to address potential vessel disturbance of SRO in Oregon waters. We know that Oregon boaters occasionally encounter SRO So we want to make sure that they're aware of the impact that vessels can have on orcas. And we also want to work with the Oregon State Marine Board to evaluate whether an Oregon vessel setback regulation is needed. Finally, we want to look for opportunities to partner with other agencies and organizations on outreach activities and also research efforts. ODFW will also convene annual meetings of all state agencies involved in SRO conservation, both the landowning and non-landowning, and to ensure that state agency actions are coordinated and that information is shared. As mentioned earlier, we did go through a pretty extensive public input process, and we've tried to incorporate as much feedback into our plan as was feasible. Next slide, please. So now we'll move on to the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, which owns and manages many state park properties along the Oregon coast, including the 362-mile-long Ocean Shore State Recreation Area. OPRD identified their role as both take avoidance and contributing to conservation. Under take avoidance, OPRD will protect SRO by reviewing proposed projects in the ocean shore, which have a connection to the territorial sea, including assessing habitat and potential impacts to SRO. Under contributing to conservation, the agency will continue its beach management activities that can help SRO by removing debris such as ropes, nets, other gear, which can become an entanglement hazard for orcas in the ocean. Beach rangers may also be the first on scene in the event of an oil spill or marine mammal stranding. Finally, OPRD is heavily involved in Oregon's whale watch program, running the popular whale watching center in Depot Bay, and also planning and implementing Whale Watch Week activities. This provides the agency with an excellent opportunity to conduct outreach and education that can help increase awareness of SRO in Oregon. Next slide, please. The Department of State Lands proprietary component has management authority over the submerged and submersible lands of Oregon's territorial sea. In its management plan, the agency identified its role as both contributing to conservation and take avoidance. DSL plans to achieve its roles by taking into account SRO conservation needs when the agency issues leases and authorizations for projects in the territorial sea. Also, as the lead agency for the state's Joint Agency Review Team, which reviews proposed undersea cable and marine energy projects, DSL will ensure that SRO conservation needs help to inform the review process. Slide, please. And now I'm going to turn it over to John North, who will present information on the conservation memoranda from the non-landowning agency.
Thank you, Howard. I'm sorry, Department of State Lands non-proprietary component were state non-landowning or managing agencies with a role to play in southern resident orca conservation. And these agencies are, as Howard said, are not required to develop the endangered species management plan, but they do need to provide the commission with a written documentation of their agency's role and the actions it plans to take to support SRO conservation. Next slide. Like the endangered species management plans, these conservation memorandum have certain required elements that are listed here on the slide. One major difference is that there's no timeline for the submittal of the memorandum and no commission action is necessary. However, we have already received the memos from these 5 agencies, and I'll briefly touch on each of them now. Next slide. The DE, Department of Environmental Quality, is responsible for protecting and improving Oregon's environmental quality, and the agency has identified its role in southern resident conservation as contributing to conservation. The agency plans to achieve its role by protecting water quality for Chinook salmon and other aquatic life, monitoring and reducing contaminants in the state's waterways, developing water quality management plans for fish passage improvement projects, and continuing its work as the state's lead agency for oil spill planning and response. Next slide. The DLCD, or that's a long, the Department of Land and Conservation Development Oregon Coastal Management Program ensures that development of Oregon's coastal zone occurs in a responsible manner that protects and restores natural resources while also supporting coastal economies. The DLCD has determined that its role is also contributing to conservation. And management actions contributing to southern resident conservation include coordinating state agency decision making and policies related to developments in the territorial sea, land use planning in estuarine and marine environments that help protect and improve important habitat for Chinook salmon, and facilitating presentations on southern residents at coastal planning meetings. Next slide. For the State Marine Board, they are responsible for boater education and work closely with charters and guides and marine enforcement agencies. This agency is also has the authority to implement new boating regulations. The Marine Board role was identified also as contributing conservation. And management actions to achieve their role will include working with our department and the Oregon State Police to increase boater awareness of the impact that vessels can have on southern residents and promoting best practices for viewing orcas. The agency will also work with us at ODFW and Oregon State Police to evaluate the need for a vessel setback regulation. Next slide. Oregon State Police Fish and Wildlife Division ensures compliance with laws and regulations that protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitat. The agency has identified two roles, take avoidance and contributing to conservation, as their role in SRO conservation. Management actions to achieve these roles will include conducting marine patrols when southern residents are in Oregon waters, enforcing fishery regulations to protect their prey, enforcing environmental laws, and collaborating with other agencies involved in SRO conservation. Next slide. The Department of State Lands Removal Fill Permitting Program is the agency's non-proprietary component with a role to play in southern resident conservation. They plan to achieve their role by taking into account southern resident conservation needs when reviewing applications for fill and removal projects in streams designated as essential salmonid habitat and on submerged and submersible lands within the territorial sea. This will help protect southern resident prey, prevent environmental contamination, and address potential noise disturbances of the southern resident orcas. Next slide. So circling back to our endangered species management plans here at the end of our presentation, the Commission does need to take action on these, and there are a couple of options available. You can either approve the plans as submitted, or if you believe an agency's plan is not consistent with its role, you can take steps to modify the plan. Next slide. So after reviewing all of the state endangered species management, staff's assessment is that the actions in these plans are consistent with the agency's roles, and therefore we recommend that the plans be approved as submitted by the agencies. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions on the plans or the conservation memorandum, or with the assistance of our partners joining us here.
Go ahead. I have a couple questions. Oh, okay. Thank you for the report and for somehow getting all of the other agencies to work with you well. Clearly, you've done that all along. So whatever you're doing, thank you. It's great that they did it. They brought them in. They don't work for us, of course. And so it was the relationship, and we appreciate that a lot. I have a couple questions about, especially the new actions that you mentioned. One is, when you talk about evaluate the need for vehicle setback, does that mean we would be evaluating with the Marine Board and seeing if they would consider doing a 1,000-foot buffer, or does that mean something different?
Chair Wall, thank you for that question. Also, I wanted to also thank all the other state agencies that worked very hard for the last year on the management plans and the conservation memoranda. Just doing a lot of work internally and really working very cooperatively with us, and really appreciate it. Getting back to your question, Chair Wall, so we see that it as a first step, working with the Oregon State Marine Board to organize a meeting of stakeholders, which would include, whale watching charters and guides, boaters, non-governmental organizations, various groups. Because honestly, we don't have a lot of data on vessel encounters with SRO in Oregon waters. There's lots of data up in the Puget Sound, Salish Sea area, virtually none for Oregon waters. Part of that is because, SRO are down here primarily during the winter and spring. There's not a lot of boating traffic. And so I think we want to first have a discussion with these other groups, including OSMB and Oregon State Police as well, to try to, talk about whatever information is available on vessel encounters, and sort of merge that with what we know about their migratory habits down here, and then and figure out if there is a need for a regulation in Oregon. I think that's the first step that we want to take.
Thank you. John, are you about to say something? Because I have a different question, slightly different question next. So.
Oh, I think just to add on to what Howard said, I think, there's some information that we're planning to work with the Oregon Shores and Adventure Scientists this winter. They're putting together a volunteer survey for the winter months from October to March, and it's data like that might inform more. We feel like we need more information to make an educated decision. And one other thing I think, but we would talk about with these folks is, NIMS 2021 report found that the average distance that Orca's southern residents migrated off our shore was about 3.7 miles. So roughly half the time they'd be in federal waters and half the time in state waters. So that's the stuff we would talk about, is what's the consequence of having different buffers in different areas. And anyway, that's our plan.
Thank you.
Chair Wall, I just wanted to add to John's about the adventure scientists that they'll be doing 1,000 surveys in those months. So that's a lot of data in my book. So they got 320 volunteers, and John said October through March. I think those 1,000 surveys will give us a lot of data to discuss.
I think that kind of thing is incredibly valuable. And so back to your point, Howard, is the one of just having these animals listed and have all of the agencies doing this work is a little bit like the swap. It changes the conversation and puts them into focus and that sort of thing. That's worth something. I still have a couple more questions about where are we going with this. One is, you talked about evaluating hatchery production. Does that include evaluating what actually gets the production to the orcas? The SR, they're starving. They don't have enough Chinook. And so if we increase production, are we also looking at what's going to make sure that any increase in production actually gets to them and benefits them? And I guess there's a corollary question about, do they have a quota? But I think the more important thing is, are we looking at how we're going to make sure if we do increase production, they actually get it?
Chair Wall, that's a very good question. And there are other people that have asked us similar questions. Sure. And first thing I wanted to say was, I think our primary emphasis as an agency is to work on habitat restoration and recover wild salmonids. That's really the best long-term hope for the orcas, and I think the science backs that up as well. That we need to rebuild those populations so that they have a good supply of prey in the long term. So hatchery enhancement is really only seen as a sort of a short-term fix, and it's one of the things that, if we're capable of doing it, you can start putting more adult salmon out there. The question is whether we are capable of doing that. And so that's why we need to look at whether it's even feasible for us to raise additional hatchery Chinook. And if it is feasible, can we get the funding to do that? So again, we're looking at it as this first step that we need to answer some questions before we can actually, take that kind of action.
If I could ask one more, and it's coming to you, John, it's a corollary to to this one. Do we already look at Chinook harvest numbers with the orca in mind? If we know when they're off the Columbia, do we address that at all when we set the numbers in the Columbia in the terminal fishery or just inside?
Thank you, Chair Wall. If I'm following your question, I guess the answer would be no. It's more on a larger scale, like council area fisheries will look at, that we have a threshold that's established through the council that if the ocean abundance of Chinook in the north of Falcon area, which is from Cape Falcon at Manzanita up to the Oregon-Canadian border, falls below a certain level, then it would trigger additional actions to the fisheries, closures in certain areas. Overall, I mean, one way to look at it is right now, those fisheries average about a 6% harvest of all Chinook in that area. So 94% of all the Chinook are still available for orca consumption. So that's like a looking big picture. We don't have any mechanism where we would change a fishery inside the Columbia because the orca showed up outside, and that wouldn't really, once they get in the river, they're kind of away from the orcas anyway, so.
What about the ocean fisheries? Do they take it into account? Because that's where, either for harvest or for, if there's not a spring Chinook harvest, for instance, do they at least look at how to limit bycatch?
Well, Chair Wall, if I'm following you correctly, as I alluded to, the ocean fisheries are managed, on an annual cycle during the spring where all the fisheries are set. There's this, as they do that, they're managing the weak stocks. It's not like everything above that threshold is subject to harvest. That's just a threshold at which you would kick in additional regulations. So when they look at the forecast, if it's below that number, then there would be a bunch of fishery restrictions up and down the coast that each state has identified. But right now it's mostly managed and established based on all the ESA limits on salmon, and then they watch to make sure it doesn't fall below that orca threshold, which is 622,000 right now.
But it's not built on, it's not, what the orcas need isn't so much a factor, it's what's left.
Correct. It's it's not like we model the fisheries based on some orca, bioenergetics need or anything like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand this too, what Chair Wall is trying to ask. And I guess it's like that, those decisions are more Pacific fisheries management federal allocations for salmon, decisions about the mass of all of it in the ocean. I mean, I think what you're trying to get at is, does somebody at that level ever sit back and think just about orcas while they're,
Or
is
is
that
it-
kind of what you're trying to get
Yes,
at?
exactly.
Okay, and so
that
that's
means at
what-
least a factor in those decisions as well, both for bycatch and harvest.
I think that's what she was trying to get at. And then, I mean, I think you're answering that question, but it's kind of confusing how that decision making gets made because
I'll try.
say it again.
Chair,
Say
Chair
the
Wall,
same thing you
Vice-
already said again in a different way, and it will help me maybe, or maybe not.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. It's not a primary, it's not the first thing that the council looks at when establishing harvest levels in the ocean. They look at all, they manage like, they look at roughly 200 stocks and they're managing to the weak stock, and there's always something that limits your harvest, right? It's weak stock management. And so, but say there was a great year where something wasn't limiting you and you could harvest more fish. Now you have to watch and make sure you don't fall below a certain threshold that they've established for the orcas. And if you did, then there would be additional fishery restrictions. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that's really helpful. And I think it's helpful to think about all of those. It's not just the Chinook, it's all of it. And it's not just the orcas. We had the blob this year. We have the, returns are low to the Klamath, or Chinook is crashing all across the Northwest, or it's not, or it's just, I mean, I can't even imagine what all the people who show up to make decisions about all of these, I just imagine them in my mind running around, just click, 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 running numbers and being spreadsheety and stoplight chart, and it's chaos, right? It's a lot. Somebody's doing that. Okay. But
Yeah.
they don't sit there and go, okay, how about just orcas alone? They don't look at that alone.
Correct, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. That's what I was trying to. You said it better than I did, but it's not like the first thing out of the gate is modeling to southern resident orca bioenergy, needs. It's adjust managing to the ESA listed stocks with a continuous eye on the minimum threshold, which would trigger additional fishery constraints for orcas.
It is, and managing to ESA stock isn't going to be, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not going to do it for, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but thank you, Chair Wall.
And then we'll go to testimony.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things I'd point out, and I think maybe everyone knows it, but the Chinook stocks that the southern resident orcas depend on are spring and maybe a few summer Chinook. And basically Oregon doesn't have any fisheries they can regulate on those fish. The fisheries on those fish are all inland after they've gone by the orcas.
Right, but that's
So,
what I was asking.
Yeah, but anyway, so probably a lot of our input would be to the Pacific Salmon Treaty, which we're a part of, and are, exactly. And we could hope that maybe they let a few more fish pass, and that would enhance our fisheries down here also, because some of them are going to get by the orcas. But, and then one other thing I was going to ask John, just to refresh my memory, we talked about dependence on hatchery fish, wild fish. Refresh my memory, what is the percentage hatchery fish versus wild fish coming out of the Columbia River? It's like, isn't it 75% or something like that, hatchery fish?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Spelberg, yeah, that's a pretty good ballpark number for the Columbia.
Yeah, so I don't know, we're gonna have to get rid of some lakes up the Columbia River before we can really gain too much on that. As far as getting more wild fish coming out of the Columbia River, it's gonna be a tough call.
One more, and then we'll go ahead, John.
I'm sorry, but I wanted to add something on your previous question to Howard on interception of stocks in the ocean. that was one of the reasons we had modified our plan based on feedback. And if you notice, we put we tried to emphasize, if we can, we would like to produce spring Chinook because they have a very low interception rate in ocean fisheries. And so that's kind of giving a preference to the Orca, and they get first crack, or a good shot at them. And then once they return to us, the harvest would be, if there was, we could do it inside in the Columbia. So that's why we wanted to emphasize, if we were going to do something, it'd be nice to do it on spring Chinook, but we also included secondary Tule Falls Chinook, because both of those are very important stocks to the southern resident orcas. And the Tule Falls Chinook, although they are intercepted in ocean fisheries, they're much, much cheaper to rear. So we wanted to leave our options open. Like if we found a place to put Tules, then we could consider that. But we really wanted to see if we can do spring Chinook, because there is evidence that the orcas use the mouth of the Columbia in the spring, and certainly they're targeting those fish. So
Thank you. Oh, yeah, and then
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, the other thing I guess would be, is there no data on summer Chinook as far as being a prey source for southern resident orcas, because they tend to be a larger fish, which the orcas prefer.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. Several years ago, NIFS and WDFW did come up with a prioritized list of stocks that are important to the southern residents. And I'm looking at the list right now. Upper Columbia summer Chinook are on the list. They're not quite as high as spring Chinook, but they are one of the priority stocks.
I've often wondered, when we built Grand Coulee Dam, we killed that run of June hogs, they called it, that were all big fish, a lot of 50 to 70 pounders. And I wonder if that was the start of the downhill slide for the orca, but he really loved those fish.
just go back 100 years. Okay, then if you three will stay close, the first three people to testify, and I think all three are online, Terry Wright, Emma Halverson, Nick Gatsky, and then two more online, Tim Reagan and Misty McDuffie, then Colin Reynolds in the room, and then there'll be three more online. So Terry, Emma, Nick.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. I do apologize for remaining off camera. I live in a remote area with little bandwidth. My name is Terry Wright, and I'm here today with several colleagues who have been working together for years, advocating on behalf of Southern residents and their preferred prey, Chinook salmon. Most of my colleagues are scientists, marine fishery, oceanography, and conservation, with decades of research to stand on. Our request to the Commission is that you do not approve the Endangered Species Management Plan for the Southern residents. While we appreciate the time and effort ODFW staff put in to create the plan, hereafter referred to as the ESMP, we have serious concerns and reservations regarding the successful outcome of the ESMP. The draft you are considering leans heavily on NOAA's 2008 Southern Resident Killer Whale Recovery Plan, completed when there were 88 Southern residents, and the 2019 final report and recommendations of the Southern Resident Killer Whale Task Force, completed when there were 73 Southern residents, both of which have been slightly helpful, but clearly not sufficient. Neither plan has resulted in successful recovery, or at least more whales than when originally listed. The recently completed Strengthening Recovery Actions for the Southern Resident Killer Whales, written by 31 independent and academic researchers, provides a basis for a more comprehensive recovery effort and warrants review and incorporation into the ESMP. Among other things, that document challenges current thinking about hatchery production to recover the Southern residents, as well as spring Chinook salmon populations. Currently, about 5 billion hatchery salmon are released annually. Where are they all going, and what are the effects of such large releases? If their release into the North Pacific is helpful, why are so many runs of salmon still threatened, endangered, or even extinct? Oregon has a reputation for thinking outside the box and challenging the status quo. Does the ESMP follow this tradition? We need this commission and ODFW to hold themselves and others accountable for successfully recovering the Southern residents. One suggestion for the commissioners and staff is to read the book Managed Extinction, which was co-written by one of ODFW's former scientists, Jim Likatowicz. Dr. Nick Gajewski and Misty McDuffie, both here today, have chapters in that book. Please do not approve the ESMP. It is simply not complete enough to be enacted, and the public has not had enough time to review the plan and engage. My colleagues, those here and those who could not make it, all want to assist you and your scientists in preparing a plan that includes our best, most up-to-date thinking on Southern resident recovery. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Terry. There aren't questions right now, so Emma.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, Chair Wall, Director Colbert, and commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your leadership on this critical issue. I'm getting a little feedback here. Is anyone else getting that? Hello?
We can hear it online, Emma.
But you're not getting the feedback?
I was, yes.
Okay, I don't know. I don't believe that's coming from my end, but should I just start again? Okay, sorry, I'll just start from the top. But my name is Emma Helverson, and I am the Director of Wild Fish Conservancy. And thank you for your time and to speak as a panel. My colleagues, Nick Gajewski, Misty McDuffie, and Tim Reagan will speak after me. And one of the fundamental concerns that we continue to have with Oregon's approach is that it seeks to replicate or continue existing recovery strategies, such as the hatchery prey programs we were just talking about. And that wouldn't be a problem if we had evidence that those programs were working, but unfortunately that's not the case. After nearly a decade of recovery actions in both the US and Canada, the Southern resident population has continued to decline to the point that there's now 1/3 of the entire population considered in poor body condition as of this spring. In March, Terry referenced a report by 31 international experts from university, government agencies, and NGOs who came together in British Columbia as part of an independent panel to basically evaluate the efficacy of existing strategies over the last decade. And their consensus was very clear. While we've made some progress on issues like vessel traffic, what we're doing is not working, and current strategies are insufficient to prevent extinction and achieve recovery. And so the good news is that preventing extinction is still possible. This is an extremely data-rich population, and we know what needs to be done. The whale's primary need is actions that will increase access to abundant, high-quality Chinook, meaning lipid-rich and large Chinook, throughout their range and throughout the year. And so our panel really wanted to highlight two of the ways that Oregon's draft plan currently diverges from the science on the core issue of prey availability. First, the plan promotes hatchery production as the primary and really sole solution for prey availability. The expert panel that I was just referencing, one of their consensus, one of the 31 scientists' consensus recommendations was recommending explicitly against relying on hatcheries as the foundation of prey recovery. And my colleagues will speak to the limitations of this approach and how this can actually further harm both Chinook and Southern resident killer whales. And then the second major omission is that really what you were getting at with your questions, Mary, Director Wall, or Chair Wall, that the plan fails to acknowledge the role of mixed stocked ocean harvest as an impact reducing prey availability for the Southern residents. Recent science suggests this harvest is likely the primary factor limiting prey access for Southern resident killer whales, and it must be addressed, yet it's really missing from this draft. In fact, this plan actually supports harvest management measures like the Pacific Salmon Treaty that have been identified as driving the population's decline. And to answer your question, the Pacific Salmon Treaty does not consider the needs of the whales, and there is no allocation for whales in these mixed stocked ocean fisheries. So even increasing hatchery production means most of that production is going to fisheries and not to the whales. I think Oregon has a major opportunity to lead by learning from looking at what's been done. I don't think we'll get to where we want to be if we repeat the same strategies. And with that, I will pass it over to Nick Gajewski. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nick?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall and commissioners. My name is Nick Gajewski. I'm a fisheries ecologist with Wild Fish Conservancy. I've provided detailed written comments that provide support for the following brief comments that I'll make here. The southern resident orca population is on a fast track to extinction. It needs to have a population growth rate greater than 0 ASAP. That growth rate is currently negative. The draft plan does not reflect the current state of the science regarding SRO ecology and population dynamics. It should not be approved, but I believe it can be revised in a proper way. One of the critical issues for SRO recovery is the management of marine harvest of Chinook. It must be fundamentally revised. SRO are obligate Chinook salmon predators. Importantly, they have a strong preference for older, larger Chinook, greater than 29 inches fork length, that are more lipid rich as well, particularly wild Chinook. The majority of hatchery Chinook fail to attain this threshold size, and they are generally of lower lipid levels. A key factor in the widely recognized decline in the body size of most wild and hatchery Chinook is the fact that many marine Chinook fisheries are mixed maturation fisheries, in which rearing immature Chinook of sizes vulnerable to the fishing gears are captured together with similar sized mature Chinook on their way home to spawn. If these immature Chinook were not caught in fisheries until they returned to terminal areas as fully mature adults, Chinook populations would begin to recover their more historic, older, more productive age structure, and dependent marine predators, especially SRO, would be able to access the prey field consisting of larger Chinook without the competition of commercial and recreational fisheries. We need to move in this direction as quickly as possible. Doing so requires addressing the AABM fisheries of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. It is directly relevant to an Oregon recovery plan in that it includes a strategy it needs to include a strategy for redressing the inadequacies of the current PST AABM fisheries, particularly the Southeast Alaska Treaty fisheries, whose Chinook harvest consists of 95% or more British Columbia and southern U.S. stocks. Most Oregon stream and ocean type Chinook are far north migrating and are caught in significant numbers in the AABM fisheries. This is directly relevant to creating a credible Oregon SRO recovery plan. Thank you for considering these comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. We will go to Tim Reagan and then Misty McDuffie and then Colin Reynolds. So
could we do Misty?
Say it again.
Could Misty go first? We kind of organized that among the five of us for Tim to go last.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and then Tim.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is Misty McDuffie, and I'm a salmon biologist with the nonprofit Raincoast Conservation Foundation. I, along with Dr. Gajewski, was one of the 31 authors on the recent independent science panel report on recovery recommendations for southern residents. I'll focus my time on our report recommendations to improve prey, as prey limitation was identified as the primary constraint on southern resident recovery. Yet prey rebuilding actions to date in both Canada and the US have been insufficient to initiate signs of recovery. Dr. Gajewski introduced the criteria that make certain Chinook preferred prey. That's their large size, their higher fat content, and their year-round availability, as has been discussed. Hatcheries have generally not produced Chinook with these qualities, as they have failed to restore older age classes, larger sizes, and the broad range of migration times needed by southern residents. As such, they have not furthered a prey rebuilding objective. For example, evidence suggests most Puget Sound hatchery fish produced for the Southern Resident Prey Increase Program by NOAA and Washington State are significantly below the size and age of Chinook targeted by Southern residents. The mean length of mature Puget Sound hatchery fish is now only 24.5 inches, with a mean age just below 3. These populations typically have lower lipid content as well. Small sizes and low fat content mean that southern residents must consume more Chinook to meet their caloric needs, and as a result are less likely to target Puget Sound hatchery fish. Analysis of prey fragments in southern resident diet confirms this negative selection of Puget Sound Chinook in the late summer. This trend of declining size is also observed in the Columbia, where hatchery Chinook have declined from an average age of 4.1 in the 1970s to 3.7 by 2020. These problems are perpetuated by the nature of hatchery operations and marine fisheries that harvest immature Chinook. Recommendations from the panel to solve quantity and quality prey problems for southern resident include exploring terminal fisheries that capture only mature adults at the terminus of salmon migration. Terminal fisheries can also enable recovery of naturally spawning Chinook populations. Terminal fisheries have been successfully demonstrated in the Columbia and in Puget Sound and are increasingly being implemented in BC. They also allow southern residents access to their prey prior to harvest by humans. To conclude, I emphasize the independent science panel findings that hatchery Chinook, currently the primary focus of Oregon's recovery plan, should not remain the centerpiece of prey rebuilding unless the program fundamentally shifts its objectives to truly prioritize the needs of killer whales over fisheries. And secondly, to recover both the quality and quantity of Chinook as prey for southern residents, harvest should be transitioned to terminal and near terminal areas. Measures like these need to be implemented if we want to do more than simply continue actions that have failed to produce results to date. Thank you for your consideration of meaningful recovery efforts and the opportunity to speak to you today. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Misty. And I don't see questions now, so we'll keep going. Tim?
Hi, afternoon, Chair Wall and Commissioners and Director. My name is Tim Reagan. I was the Scientific Program Director and then Executive Director of the U.S. Marine Mammal Commission. I've also served as a Fish and Wildlife Commissioner in Washington State. I'm going to give you the 30,000-foot perspective on this topic. We are now more than a half century into southern resident killer whale recovery efforts, and you just heard that they still face a future of grave risk. The research and management world in which recovery must occur is large, it's diverse and complex, and progress has been incremental and slow. NOAA has been the lead for recovery efforts for this population, and its scientists have provided important information. But its management efforts have largely fallen short because, among other things, it has put human economic interests above those of the whales. You know the challenge of integrating economic and conservation activities. Too many conservation efforts have been piecemeal, isolated in bureaucratic silos, and held at bay until we have nearly irrefutable proof that they are absolutely necessary. We have been precautionary with many aspects of our lives, but not so for these whales. Washington State recently stepped forward with regard to sound issues, but killer whales still face multiple other issues, particularly with regard to prey, as you've just heard. Oregon has a reputation for being a maverick, evaluating challenges with fresh eyes and tackling them with fresh commitment. Now more than ever, we need you to ask the hard questions like you are just asking, to insist that we aren't just contributing to a conservation effort, but making sure that ultimately that effort is successful. By questioning this draft, we aren't questioning the staff's work. We are asking that they be given the resources needed to dive more deeply and engage more fully in this effort. We aren't saying that the outcome of this challenge depends entirely on Oregon. It will require collaboration of international, federal, state, and tribal efforts. We need collaboration and cooperation up and down the West Coast and really all along the North Pacific Rim. We are saying that we need the proverbial all hands on deck approach. Our chance of turning this population around is rapidly diminishing. They will be functionally extinct long before they are gone. That is not the path we want for southern residents. Please take the time to be confident that this plan will lead to conservation of southern resident killer whales. Don't diminish your role or importance in this effort. The questions you just asked start to reveal the complexity of recovery for this population. We need you to dig into these matters. There is so much more that can be done and so much more that must be done. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer questions with my colleagues.
Thank you, Tim. Let's go to Colin, and then Ari, and then Ben and Ticknab, and then David Bain. Sorry. Go ahead, Colin.
Good afternoon.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield, Hyde, and Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Colin Reynolds, and I'm the Senior Advisor for Defenders of Wildlife's Northwest Program. Defenders is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to the protection of all native plants and animals and their natural communities. And Defenders is also a member of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. I would like to start by thanking Howard, John, and Michael for their hard work in drafting the Southern Resident Endangered Species Management Plan and for their engagement with me and other interested orca advocates over the last several months. We really appreciate their willingness to answer our questions, participate in educational webinars, and consider our comments on their draft plan. But I'd also like to thank all the other state agencies that have participated in this management plan development process and for their consideration of our comments on ways to develop the best possible plan to guide Southern resident conservation and recovery. As our comment letter to the Commission explains, we believe the draft plans before the Commission, they do meet the requirements by statute and rule. And if the Commission approves the plan, we look forward to continuing our engagement during the implementation phase. However, in this same comment letter, we also outlined suggestions for the Commission on ways they could ask ODFW to improve monitoring, interagency coordination in general, and leadership in managing this coordination. All that said, we were encouraged by ODFW's commitment in their draft plan to examine ways to expand on the management actions outlined in the plan if funding becomes available to increase conservation, something that Defenders and many other organizations will advocate for in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin. Let's go to Ari and then Ben, David.
Hello, thank you, Chair Wall and members of the Commission for the opportunity to comment. For the record, my name is Ari Katie. I'm a 17-year-old high school student, and through my school sustainability program, I've had the opportunity to learn a lot about Southern resident killer whales. This is the first time I've testified, and I'm here because I've grown to be really passionate about this issue. In particular, I am concerned that the current species management plan does not reflect recent scientific findings. For example, as others have brought up today, in the report Strengthening Recovery Actions for Southern Resident Killer Whales, 31 independent scientists found that the most pressing issue for Southern residents is a lack of quality prey. They concluded that the current method of producing large quantities of hatchery salmon does not fulfill Southern residents' need for large, lipid-rich salmon that are available throughout the year. I believe that now is a pivotal time to consider what has and has not worked in past recovery efforts. I would love to see this plan be revised to best fit the needs and especially the prey preferences of Southern residents. To end this on a hopeful note, I'm very excited to see how this plan grows and evolves in response to this new research. I hope to be able to grow up alongside a healthy and thriving Southern resident population, and I am so happy that you all are working towards this goal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ari, for testifying and paying attention to this one. Ben and Tiknab.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. I am Ben Entiknap representing Oceana. I'd like to speak to a letter that we submitted and that is included in your briefing materials. First, we really appreciate that ODF&W has drafted this endangered species management plan and that the state of Oregon is engaging on this very important conservation issue. As others have said, under status quo environmental conditions, including recent average Chinook abundance levels, the Southern resident population is expected to continue to decline towards extinction. Recovery requires big and bold actions and a long-term commitment. The draft plan, our overarching comment is that the plan is lacking in detail, which will make it difficult to measure progress and success. We are requesting more information be provided in the plan, including specific project details and a timeline to ensure implementation. This includes identifying the specific projects that are underway that will protect and enhance salmon habitat and passage, and identify priority projects and funding needs for future habitat and fish passage improvements. Specifically, those projects that will have the greatest benefit for the orca's priority prey. We would like to see a commitment in the plan to work with the Pacific Fishery Management Council to review the existing fishery management measures that are intended to consider the prey needs of southern resident orcas. We maintain that the current threshold that's identified in the federal salmon plan is too low and the response is too little for southern resident orcas. And if ODF&W decides to increase hatchery production for southern resident orcas for prey availability, we agree it should be made clear that the objective of that is for increased hatchery production is for southern resident conservation, not increased harvest. And any SRO conservation hatchery production should be aligned with the orca's foraging requirements in terms of Chinook salmon run timing, fat content, and the size and age of the returning adult fish. Last, I just want to say that we support an adaptive management approach, and we recommended periodic review of the management plan no less than once every 5 years, instead of what's currently written that the plan will only be reviewed as needed in response to subjective environmental triggers. That concludes my comments, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Let's go to David Bain.
Hi, I'm Dr. David Bain. I'm Chief Scientist for Orca Conservancy. I've been doing research on killer whales since the 1970s. I helped co-author Canada's resident killer whale recovery strategy, and I was a peer reviewer of NOAA's killer whale recovery plan. In addition to the big three threats that ODFW focused on, we have to worry about things that pose threats of extinction imminently. Oil spills was one of the ones they mentioned. Disease was mentioned by the Department of State Lands, but not by the other organizations. I think you should have a short delay in approving a plan, a month or 2 or 3, whatever, for the agencies to meet with each other and stakeholders to get on the same page and update plans accordingly, so that they're all addressing the same scope of threats. I think there's some things that need to be in the plan that are not currently authorized by legislation, so there needs to be some plan to work with the legislature on that. One would be to expand the State Endangered Species Act to provide the same protections that the federal ESA provides, given that those protections may very easily go away. That includes things like critical habitat protection, things that harm the whales but don't kill them immediately, using the precautionary principle. There's also a need to work with out-of-state agencies that was referred to earlier. Parks' role in salmon recovery also applies inland, and it would be nice to see their plan expanded to include that. And it would also be interesting to see what the Department of Environmental Quality would do about carbon dioxide, given its role in climate and ocean acidification. For prey availability, the big change ODFW needs to look at is, instead of just protecting endangered salmon runs, to look for runs that can be made much larger than they currently are, even if they're already healthy. Focus on hatchery practices needs to be thought out. So what makes it feasible in terms of impact on wild runs, what fishery management practices need to change so that the fish will actually make it to the whales rather than be harvested farther north. Focus on spring Chinook is a good idea. The PFMC threshold that was mentioned earlier is designed to keep the killer whale population where it is now, not recover it. The priority list that was cited earlier was based on an incomplete study and comes with a lot of caveats about why you shouldn't take it too seriously. For example, the absence of scale sampling along the Klamath River meant that didn't make it as a priority. For disturbance,
David, if you could summarize soon.
Okay.
Just because we're running out of time and I'm
right.
got a couple more this afternoon.
Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, I think maybe the concluding point should be that inbreeding depression has become a problem for the population, so that we need to get going on these actions immediately, because the longer we keep the population where it is now, the more genetic diversity will be lost. And it's not till the population starts growing that the genetic diversity will be preserved. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer questions if you have time for those.
Thank you, David. And I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just trying to keep things moving. Can staff come back up for questions? Commissioner Laphart.
A couple questions for John or Howard while they're coming up so they can think about it. There's been in the testimony that we just heard and previous written testimony about the dearth or lack of public involvement, or we need more time, so we ought to. So when I went to page 2 of the public involvement section, there's 6 bullets that talk about public involvement. Said the department sent out a news release with a link to the draft ESMP to review by stakeholders and other interested person. What was the date of that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart, I believe the date we sent out the news release was June the 23rd.
So June
the 23rd, and that was, I think on that same date, the initial draft of our plan was posted to the website.
So, okay, so June 23rd, it was out for public review.
Yes.
And then the department held public meetings to receive feedback. All materials sent out again were available on ODF&W's website on July 23rd for additional public review following the commission meeting. So I think, in my opinion, it's pretty consistent with other public involvement that we've had in terms of getting it out, plenty of time for the public to have an opportunity to review it. So the other question I have is, there was some public comment, and it was made here also about we ought to have the review at a little, about every 5 years. If I read correctly, see if I can find my spot here. The department is, darn, I wish I could find it quickly here so I don't take up time, but in here it says we're going to review this on a yearly basis with the agencies. The department will convene an annual meeting with the other state agencies involved in the SRO conversation, both landowning and non-landowning, to review progress, align priorities, and assure that Oregon's management actions are implemented in a coordinated manner. The department will review and reassess the ESMP as needed. So if I'm correct, you're reviewing it on a yearly basis, correct? Is that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart. The purpose of the annual meeting is not necessarily to review the management plans themselves. It's primarily for coordination of actions and sharing of information between agencies.
Okay.
That's not to say that if things happened, prior to that meeting that would warrant a review of the plans, that we wouldn't do it. But the intent of that bullet wasn't specifically to review the plan.
Okay, that clarifies it for me. So I don't know if the commissioners would entertain this, but I think this commission is worried about the continuing decline of the southern resident whale. And by saying that we'll review it on an as-needed basis, I think there was a proposal there that maybe we could look at it every 5 years. So, I'd be willing to have a conversation about that because we're continuing the decline. How are we doing on that 5 years from now? Maybe we need to take a look at it. So rather than just saying we'll review as needed, maybe there could be an amendment that says the agency will take a review every 5 years, because we do not want this species to continue a decline. And if we're not helping, or we're hindering, or we're not making progress, maybe 5 years is the time to take a look at it and say, hey, what are we not doing right, or what can we continue to do, or what do we need to do that we aren't doing now? So that'd be just my thoughts about potentially an amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink, and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I guess just a comment, maybe a question about the size matters on Chinook. I've seen a fair number of Columbia River Chinook and quite a few, lots and lots of Willamette spring Chinook, and I have never noticed the big difference in size between spring Chinook hatchery fish and wild fish. Even this year, the two biggest fish I've seen all year, one was a wild fish, one was a hatchery fish. I know on the Columbia River, that spring run of, as far as I know, has never been known as a run of large-sized fish, that spring run. A lot of those upriver fish, really, really good quality eating fish, lots of fat in them, probably the best fish that swims as far as to eat. But has that changed dramatically? And is there that big difference between that we're hearing from hatchery fish to wild fish? I guess I have not seen it.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. Yeah, basically what you said is all true, that there has been apparently a general decline in the average size of Chinook over time, but I don't think it's necessarily different between hatchery and wild. There seem to both, if there is a trend, it's both together. So it's not like we have great big wild fish and little tiny hatchery fish swimming around.
And that's what I've observed. I mean, just like last year, the Willamette fish, there was a ton of small fish, lots of small fish. And this year they've been really nice fish, so I was glad to see that. But I have not seen, I've seen a lot of fish. And I have not seen the difference between hatchery fish and wild fish as far as size. It seems like, you get small ones of each and large ones of each.
Vice Chair, did you have another question? And then I have two.
Yeah, I have a question. John, I'm going to throw this at you just because I know you. Well, I know all of you, but I know John a little bit more. I'm sitting here feeling frustrated because it's more of a jurisdiction issue. And what I don't like is this idea of like, where does the rock land? First of all, I think we need some clarification about the limits of the State Endangered Species Act itself. Just a little brief, give me the 4 lines about the limits of the state's Endangered Species Act. Second, I am super curious because a lot of the questions or concerns that I'm hearing have a lot to do with how the Pacific Fisheries Management Council does its business. So a tiny little understanding of that body again and how the public can interact with that body. Because I'm listening and I'm worried, but I also don't want to be, and I also don't like the, bring me a rock, this is the wrong forum. You need to go to a different forum. I understand that being annoying, but I also feel like we are limited in this forum in some of the things we were hearing in testimony. So straighten me out. What's going on here?
Chair Wall, Commissioner or Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, if I might start with the second one, and I might defer to Howard on the first one because I'm trying to remember all the ESA rules, or maybe council might help us. But yes, it's quite complicated. We're talking about interstate, regional, international fisheries with many, many, many stocks involved that all move around, as do the whales. Very hard thing to put your finger on and like nail down cause and effect or anything like that. I think what people are getting at is that, you know, the trajectory for this population is not good. We can all see that. What should we do? I don't know the answer. You know, like I said earlier, in the North of Falcon fisheries, which is, you know, arguably comprises a good chunk of the most common area these whales inhabit, 96% on average of the Chinook go and harvest. They are available to the whales. So yeah, you could do more, but there will be costs. You know, coast-wide shutdowns of fisheries, and so people have to make those decisions. You know, PFMC fisheries are not structured to maximize harvest. They're structured to protect the weak stocks, and because of that, it leaves a substantial surplus in the ocean all the time. It's very complicated. I think there's roughly 200 different coho and Chinook stocks that are being considered in that process. They will always be constraining stocks. So that's what limits harvest. You know, prior to 2001, the council didn't have any management measures specific to southern resident orcas, and now they've amended their plan, you know, to have those actions, fishery constraints that kick in at certain low Chinook abundances. You know, people could argue over what that threshold should be. The council has done that, and maybe it can be reviewed, and it probably will be reviewed. But I don't know if anybody knows what the magic numbers for all these things are. Does that help answer anything?
I think it helps. The only thing that I would say is if the public wants to weigh in with the Pacific Fisheries Management Commission, how do they do that?
Sure.
Because,
Well,
I mean, I feel like some of the concerns that we're hearing ultimately are decided in that body more than here. And then I do appreciate hearing a synopsis of the limits of Oregon state endangered species actions. Just to kind
Chair
of.
Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, thank you for that prompt. Yes,
Yeah.
the Pacific Fishery Management Council is a very, very open process, similar to what we have here. There's many opportunities to engage and testify and write letters, and that's probably the best venue or to engage in on this issue.
Okay, and then just quickly, the ESA, what are our limits here?
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, I'll take a shot at your first question. So I believe what might be some potential limits of Oregon's ESA is that it's I think it was originally developed for terrestrial species. You'll notice there's a big emphasis on landowning agencies, the land, which does technically include waters, but I believe this is the first time a marine species is it's been applied to a marine species. So it's challenging. And the other part of it is like process we've been going through since the listing, where we have to identify what agencies play a role in their conservation. We have to develop management plans, conservation memoranda. It's kind of rigid. The process is kind of rigid. It's very different from the process that Washington took a few years ago when their governor, issued an executive order saying, I want all these different groups of people, agencies, stakeholders, citizens to get together and come up with recommendations on how we can help recover southern resident orcas. And it was I think a more wide open process, I guess, whereas we've been kind of working through this more rural oriented process. I think that that kind of hampers our ability to be creative sometimes, to be honest. And so we've done the best we can with the process that we're working through. And so I think those are the limitations. But one thing I would like to add, though, is I do see some benefits to it because, you know, the Southern residents have been federally listed for, what, 20 years now? And, you know, because largely because we didn't know that they spent a lot of time in Oregon waters or that they were here at all, really, until a few years ago when they started to get some good data on it. And so by listing them at the state level, I think it's like Chair Wall mentioned earlier, you know, it's all of a sudden Oregonians are like engaged with Southern resident orcas. And so, one of my colleagues said she's been working for the department for, I can't remember, 20 years or something like that, and 30 years maybe. And she's never heard so much conversation about Southern resident orcas anymore. And in my work with the other state agencies, they're kind of excited about it. Like, this is new stuff for us. And so I think there's a positive to the state listing and the OESA, I would say as well.
Thank you so much.
Just to try to summarize where I think we might be landing here in terms of what's been commented on, and what I picked up from listening to the other commissioners, which is always valuable. One, I heard the every 5 years, which I think is a good idea, but I like better that we would be reviewing and watching and come back sooner if there is reason or there's a trigger. I didn't get a clear answer, at least I didn't hear it, to whether the assessment of hatchery work would include work to get how many of those Chinook would get to and benefit SROs, because that seems to be, that would at least help us answer if it's going to do us any good to increase the hatchery production. And the other one, and this goes back a little bit to what one of the other commissioners was saying, the public could go to the Pacific Salmon Treaty discussions, so could we. You know, we are a party to those. We could talk about the SROs as a priority factor in the ocean fishing and benefits to the orca. So I think that's one that would be an important one for us to at least carry our message, because I couldn't agree with you more, Howard, on the ESA. It got it on the table. It got all this attention to it. The other agencies are working with you. I think that's worth a lot. If we could take out the dams on the Columbia and put the Grand Coulee Dam back, that would be, or get it out of there, I said, instead of putting it in the first place, that would be great. We can't. So, but those other three would at least be something in terms of kind of tying these pieces together, to do it, the review every 5 years at a minimum, unless there's a reason, to work to get the SROs as a priority factor in the ocean fishery, so there is a benefit to the orcas, and to assess what Chinook would get to and benefit the SROs. If we do hatchery, you know, that assessment of the hatcheries would include, will it do any good? How could it do some good? So those three make some sense to me from what I've heard. Commissioner King.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Thanks, guys, for your report. I realize how hard this is because, like you said, we've never done anything marine. Like, this is really just all brand new. And so I'm just wondering, with that, with other state endangered species, are there built into their plans that we review them 5 years or 10 years or 1 year or whatever? Do we have any kind of guideline of state endangered species, how often they're reviewed?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I know the status of the Southern residents under the federal ESA requires review every 5 years by NIMFs. And I believe the status of SRO in Oregon under Oregon's Endangered Species Act also requires a 5-year status review.
Okay, so essentially by listing orca as we are as a state endangered species, that would bring, by doing the 5-year review, would bring it into line with the feds and with all the other state species. So essentially that should be included to basically be on par with all the rest. Is that what you're saying? Essentially.
I think the status review and the management plan review are two different things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But what I'm hearing from Commissioner Lappart, I believe was he would like to see the management plan reviewed every 5 years at a minimum.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead.
So I'd like staff's opinion on that. Are we going to know anything more credible? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, will we have some new data, new knowledge in 5 years or not? I'd like what staff's opinion on this, because I don't want to create a bunch of work for you if we go, well, it's a waste of time, or yeah, we will probably know something and we can do some things to modify our management plan and be consistent with the SA 5-year review.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lappart, I can speak to information on SRO. I think somebody mentioned during testimony that they're one of the most heavily scrutinized and studied populations in the world. So there's always new research papers coming out. There's lots of studies going on. And yeah, certainly within 5 years, a lot could change as far as what's going on with their population. It might be a different story as far as like, are our management actions making a difference? That might be more difficult to tell within 5 years. And maybe John might be able to add more on that.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, I think on a 5-year interval, we would be able to come back and report on any changes in the population or anything like that, but also on activities that we've completed, like outreach and what the other agencies have done in that time frame. Certainly we can do that. I don't know if it's not like we'd be rewriting necessarily the plan, just reporting on elements contained within it.
I'm ready for a motion.
What?
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I move to approve the endangered species management plan submitted by the 3 landowning managing state agencies to achieve the role defined by each agency for the conservation of the southern resident orcas with a 5-year review period.
Question to the motion maker, does that include what we just talked about in terms of assessing what Chinook would get to? We're going to do an assessment. Does that include direction to assess what Chinook would get to and benefit SROs as part of that assessment?
I would just leave it as a 5-year review and then give direction to staff that, yeah, we want that to be included, but not part of the motion.
I think the agency typically wants it to be a motion if we're going to do direction.
I don't know that, can I just weigh in casually here? I don't know that because of that extreme mix-up of conditions in the ocean, I don't know that we can tease that out. I don't know that that's...
I don't know that we can either, but at least we would be asking the question because...
Well, I don't know if that's the right question to ask. I mean, I think we need to think for a minute about what is that question that we need to ask in a way that they can actually, instead of being needle in a haystack, did we...
Chair Wall, I might be able to provide a little bit more information on that. That's a question we have thought about just among staff, and I think it would be difficult, like say we were able to release more hatchery Chinook for specifically for SRO from a site, and say they were Willamette Spring Chinook. We could release them, they would go out in the ocean, but it would be very difficult for us to find out if that release group that was funded and released for the benefit of southern resident orcas actually were consumed by southern resident orcas, because you know, they can find out a lot of information from their prey with genetic sampling and some great things, but I as far as I'm aware, they can only identify it down to Willamette spring Chinook. So you would not be able to distinguish those fish that were released specifically for SRO from other Willamette hatchery spring Chinook that were released in the Willamette Basin for fisheries. The only way you might be able to do that traditionally would be to coded wire tag that release group that was released for SRO. But the downside is you would never be able to recover that tag.
So Madam Chair, I've made a point of order. I've made a motion. It needs a second. Then we can have a discussion. Then we can have discussion. Okay.
I'll second it, and then there could be a friendly amendment.
On the motion, Commissioner Labhart, I just wanted to touch base with our legal counsel. And did you intend the 5-year review to just apply to the ODFW plan or all of the plans?
All right. I'm moved and as submitted in Exhibit E draft motions. I read it exactly as it's in Exhibit E draft motions with the addition of a 5-year review.
And you mean I have to apply for it to all 3 of the plans? Okay, I think we need to hear from DOJ on that one.
That's what it says.
No, the 5-year review edition is what we need to talk about.
Oh.
So Commissioner Lappout, thank you. So ODFW, right, is an agency that you direct their actions. ODFW, the commission, has a responsibility to consult with the other agencies if you're about to make a modification to their plan. So I believe the words that you've heard is they must take steps to propose modifications to their plan. So that's a perfectly acceptable motion to discuss with respect to the ODFW plan, but you'd really have to be directing the department with respect to the other agencies' plans for them to go back and consult with those agencies to urge them to make that same change. You see the distinction? You know, under your existing rules, you propose modifications to their plan. The agency on your behalf is going back to propose those modifications for them to make those modifications. Then you'd see those plans back before you again in the future.
So if I made the motion as stated with the amendment of the department's plan would be reviewed in 5 years. I'll make that as an amendment to the motion. There's a second to that amendment. And we have to,
I accept your friendly amendment.
now we need a vote on the amendment.
But we also have opportunity for a friendly amendment to your motion to try to get at what Mary is trying to get at, which might be something like
attempt to assess.
Or encourage staff to, I don't know how to say it, but send a stronger message to Pacific Fishery Management Council that we're particularly interested in this issue. And I don't know how you would say that in like a really slow, in a tiny way instead of that long sentence. Would that get to it, Mary?
Yes, that would help.
Okay. So would you accept or improve my friendly amendment? Shorten it, encourage staff to.
Well, my concern is we don't want to get it too complicated. We ask for a review, and then after we've reviewed it, then we give staff direction from the commission that we'd like you to consider this when you do the review, rather than putting it in a motion.
No, we're wanting to direct them, or we're asking them in a friendly way to, as of the next time everybody shows up hanging around the Pacific Fisheries Management Council meeting, that they are saying this is a concern.
Yes.
In Oregon. We're not waiting for the 5-year review to do that. We're interested in them, you know, being concerned about that now.
And doing that in the motion.
Or we could do it in another motion, right?
Yeah, I think
let's do that. Is that what we could do?
I think that'd be
I think that'd
cleaner.
be cleaner.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it then.
Then we have a motion on the table, and can you read it again? And then we'll,
Did you get it, Michelle? You turn up.
With direction for the department to review the plan or their plan every 5 years.
Correct.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the endangered species management plan submitted by the 3 landowning. Pardon? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. I'll do it. No, I'll do it over. Do you have the whole thing? It's been moved and seconded to approve the endangered species management plan submitted by the 3 landowning and managing state agencies to achieve the role defined by each agency for the conservation of southern resident orcas with additional
Terrible handwriting.
With additional-
Terrible handwriting.
with additional direction to the department to review in 5 years, to review the ODF and W plan in 5 years.
Sounds good.
Okay, now.
Those in favor, could you call the roll on this one, Michelle, please? And then we'll- King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
yes. Now,
Okay, now here I go.
try it.
One of the things that's nice about this commission is we've been fumbling around with each other for a while now. Sorry to the public that it takes us so long to fumble through these things. Okay. How do I say this in just a simple way? The ODF and W Commission ask staff to, has anybody got a word for me?
Yes, get SROs as a priority factor in ocean fisheries. With
To communicate to the Pacific Marine Fisheries Council that SROs are of concern, additional concern to us, something like that. No?
Just throwing out their approach you've used in the past. Would you like to have the director send a letter to the council on your behalf, talking about the action you've taken today?
Yes.
And trying to capture the kind of the sense of the
the
commission?
sense of it and the urgency.
Yes. Oh my gosh. What a great idea. Are we? Yeah, we like it. No, we just say.
I
oh
think she
my
just volunteered,
God. Thank you. All right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. We have.
Thanks,
folks,
guys.
2 more exhibits. It's 4 o'clock. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then do the other 2 exhibits.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can't hear online if there's noise supposed to be happening.
Apologies. We're fixing it. Sorry, Dal.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. We are here to share with you information to aid in adopting rules to establish regulation changes for the 2025 wild coho seasons in Oregon's coastal streams. The wild coho fisheries we're proposing today are targeting coho that are part of the Oregon Coast Natural Stock, which is often referred to as OCN coho. After the population collapse of the stock in the 1990s, NOAA listed OCN coho as threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act. Following that listing, there was an unprecedented effort by the state to recover the coho, which was formalized under the Oregon Plan. As part of the plan, ODFW took several actions related to harvest, hatcheries, and habitat that have contributed to the recovery. We've seen success with these recovery actions as the population has continued to rise since its listing and has been able to weather the recent poor ocean conditions remarkably well as compared to the 1990s. As a result, all of these actions and their recent performance, NOAA has stated that OCN coho are one of the closest listed salmonid species to recovery. Since these fish are protected, we have multiple state and federal management plans to help guide fishing opportunity and the conservation and recovery of the stock. For harvesting these coho, a major rule we manage to is a maximum number of fish that can be taken from the population each year. The amount of the population that we can take is based off of a federally approved methodology that considers the marine survival and how many parents of this year's returning fish reach the spawning grounds. And so as part of this approval for use, it was determined that the cumulative take of the stock would not act as an impediment to their recovery. When developing fisheries for this year, we had a few major considerations that guided us to today's proposal. The first is to not exceed the maximum impact allowed for coastal coho. For this year, it's 30% of the total abundance. We also have full seeding objectives to ensure we get enough spawners into quality spawning habitat. Additionally, we designed these fisheries to provide meaningful recreational opportunity for folks to go out and be able to access this resource. The fisheries proposed are precautionary in nature, as all the total estimated impacts are below what is allowed. The figure on the right here demonstrates this. On the X, we have the basins that have proposed fisheries, and the Y is the number of wild adult coho. And so on each bar, it describes the breakdown of how many fish are estimated to be taken from the ocean fisheries in blue at the top, of the freshwater fisheries we're discussing today in orange, and then the projected escapement in green. So you can see the fisheries are conservative, as the fisheries are only taking a small portion of each basin's population. Before describing the seasons proposed for each basins, I'd just like to highlight some major difference between last year's fishery we had. Generally, because of an increased forecast this year, we're providing a greater opportunity. For example, the annual bag limit will be 3 fish in all basins, where in 2024, it was just a subset of those basins. Additionally, 5 of the 11 basins have more days added to their season. And so factoring in these changes, we're projecting harvest to be 33% higher than last year. The one basin that was open last year and is proposed to be closed is the Umpqua. The 2 factors are driving this. The first being we're expecting a very low return in 2025 based on the low return of the parent year class in 2022, which ended up only being about 28% of the average return we usually see to that basin. This resulted in a low juvenile abundance the following year. And then second, the Umpqua generally has not been doing well as other coastal basins. In the recent 5-year status review, the Umpqua was identified by NOAA as having the lowest viability status, and it's a major component that's holding the stock back from becoming delisted. The concerns in the Umpqua basins are linked to a challenging environmental conditions and predation, which is also impacting runs to Chinook and summer steelhead. Okay, moving to the fishery details for each basin, and we'll just start in the North Coast. The Nehalem, Tillamook, and Nestucca rivers all have the same regulations where the season will be open from September 10th through October 26th, but are only open on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And the bag limit for these and for all the basins today is 1 wild coho per day and 3 wild coho per season. So that's denoted as that 1/3 on the slide. For the mid-north section of the coast, fisheries are proposed for the Slets, Yaquina, Beaver Creek, Alsea, and Siuslaw basins. The seasons are set for a range of dates that vary, but start as soon as September 13th and run through October or through November. No, unlike all the other basins, the Alsea fishery will have 2 open periods with a break in October. And again, that bag limit is 1 per day and 3 per season. And finally, in the mid-south portion of the coast, the Coos, Coquille would have fisheries opening on the 13th of September, with the Coos closing 5 days before the Coquille. And the Flores River would be open for the month of November. Again, that bag limit would be just 1 per day, but 3 per season. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner King, is yours up for a question? Go ahead. It's late in the day. Thank you, Chair Wall. Okay, here's what I'm trying to figure out. I have to say I've cheated a little bit. I talked with Mike G yesterday, had a great conversation. But why are we talking about this separately than the sport fishing regs? Which is next month, right? Isn't it? So I'm just wondering what's happening. Why is this cohort of the wild coho different than the rest of the sport fishing regs that we approve next month?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I guess a couple things. Like last year, we bundled this with freshwater Chinook seasons, and I think we brought it to you in June. And this year, we ended up having to split it. So that's why we're just bringing you the coho component right now. This fishery, because these are ESA listed and we have to work with the National Marine Fisheries. And so we have already provided them our proposals for this year. We did that back in like 3rd week of June. And then in early August, they sent us a concurrence letter and said, yeah, we support those fisheries. So we had to get that concurrent. Well, it's nice to have that concurrence and then bring it to you. And then if the commission so choose, then you'd adopt these fisheries. That would be the normal process.
Okay. And this is specifically about wild coho on the coast that I'm understanding, because when we talk next month, we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about all sorts of sport fishing regs, but it won't talk about wild coho on the coast. Am I understanding that correctly? Like this is separately set apart. I'm just trying to understand why.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, sorry, I missed the obvious. Yeah, the book, what you'll be talking about in August is changes to the permanent seasons that are in the book. These are special, like one-off seasons that we set annually based on the forecasts and all the exploitation rates and seeding levels. So this is like we don't have this fishery every year, only when the runs are abundant.
Only when it is able.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to get at, like, because we talk a lot about the coho and the coast and the salmon superhighway and all that, and that how we're really close to delisting them and they're this wild success. So what has happened was suddenly we're bumping and we're able to like fish for wild coho. So can you give me a little bit of background of what happened, like that something has changed? Because like you said, we don't have this every year. So what's going on?
Chair Wall and Commissioner King, thanks for the question. So we have recently been able to offer wild coho fisheries each year. Since 2022, we had a break where we didn't authorize wild coho fisheries from 2015 to 2020 when the populations were too low that we didn't want to put more pressure on that stock. But due to the sort of federal guidelines to being able to take wild coho as written within the Amendment 13 of the Fishery Management Plan from the Pacific Fishery Management Council. We do have an allowance each year that we can take. And so this year we have that 30% ER and our forecast is doing quite well. And so we have opportunity to be able to harvest. But each year it depends on the forecast for OCN coho, and also how much we can take is based on our maximum amount of sort of exploitations or how much fish we can remove from the population each year. It changes each year, so we can't have a set season offered every year. Thank you.
Thank you. You've explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stolper.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And another reason we have to do it now is because some of these seasons start in September.
But I have just a couple quick questions now, and then we have a bunch of people to testify, and then I bet there'll be other questions. On page 2, slide 4, the one with the graphs, I just have a couple of questions on it. The 3 colors in each bar, are those additive? For instance, the Nehalem is green, and then there's the projected freshwater fish mortality, and then on top of it is the blue, the projected ocean mortality. Are those 3 additive? What I'm trying to figure out is, are we taking 30%? 30% of, is each group taking 30%? Because if there are 50,000 coho, and we're taking that many additive, then it's more than 30%.
Chair Wall, thank you for
could you explain that
opportunity to clarify. Absolutely. No, it wouldn't be additive. So all fisheries combined, marine and freshwater combined, have a maximum 30% total take. And so for this year, the ocean is taking roughly half, around 15%. And then based on the different seasons set for each basin, the freshwater fisheries proposed would take another sort of smaller portion.
Thank you. John?
Chair Wall, just a slight nuance to add to what Cassie said. That's the allowed amount. Then there's what you really take, and then generally we leave about 20%. That's unused. So you have these limits, but you can't always get to them. So 30% allowed might translate into an actual, a rate of 80% of that on average, because you just, a lot of modeling and everything involved. You don't want to necessarily peg the meter. And we've managed these fisheries with buffers built in, so we purposely designed them not to access the full amount.
Thank you. That helps on that question. The other one is, and I don't even know how to ask this question, but one of the things that we are in trying to recover the coho mode, and we've been that way for 20 years or so, and we seem to be now making some headway, which is remarkable. Tell me how what you're proposing leaves enough that we will be able to seed the streams, because that's what we're supposed to be doing, is getting them into more of their habitat. And if we're taking as many as we can, are we really leaving enough to seed these streams?
Chair Wall, thank you for the question. First, the 2 kind of components about how much we can take or is authorized to take within the federal guidelines. That has been determined through scientific review to be sure that the amount of take would not impede the recovery of ocean coho. So we have that allowance. And then in terms of seeding for each individual basin, sort of a secondary subset to that federal guidelines is ensuring that we do allow enough fish to reach those spawning grounds and be able to sustain future generations. And so we do have target values that are unique to each basin, and so we are ensuring that each fishery proposed today are meeting or allowing enough of those fish to reach and exceed those limits that or the objectives that have been set through that federal methodology. So all fisheries proposed are meeting those.
Okay. I think I got most of what you said, but I'm not one. Go ahead, John.
can never remember if this is on because I can't see the light. I think what Cassie was trying to say, that there's two metrics here, and you're not allowed to access your maximum exploitation rate unless you also meet the other criteria, which is percent of full seeding. So we're watching both of those for each of these populations, and some cases the exploitation rate will you'll reach that, and you'll have like 300% of full seeding. You're well above the target because you hit your ER. And then in other cases, you might not be reaching your percent of full seeding, and so you can't access your ER. So we're watching both metrics simultaneously, if that helps.
It does. And actually, it also helped when you said that we aren't necessarily exploiting at the 30% rate, because that seemed, if we're trying to be in recovery mode, 30% seems high, but Commissioner Spelberg.
Thank you,
And
Chair
then we're
Wall.
going to.
Maybe a quick explanation of full seating would help here. And then I got another comment.
Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbring, thank you for the question. Full seeding seeding of a stream is essentially synonymous with escapement. So, fish returning to those spawning grounds to spawn in. So full seeding is describing about one of a particular value that's been derived to kind of be able to sustain those salmon populations and the juveniles within those unique habitats of each basin.
And if on page 18, it goes through the projected escapements, and they range from on the full seeding, which basically, I think that means there's enough fish to full seed that basin basically for offspring. Anyway, they range from a low of, I think I ran the percentages of 118% of full seeding to 800% of full seeding on the coastal streams. That was the low of Nehalem, Tillamook, Nestucca, Salachiaquina, Alsea, Siuslaw, Coos, Coquille. The low was 118% projected full seeding, and the high was 800%. And a lot of, some of them were over 300%. But anyway, good projection. And I think based on what we're experiencing, what we're seeing in the ocean, I'd say that they're probably pretty accurate this year.
Thank you. I don't see other questions. I think stick around and we will start doing testimony. And we have Sarah Potter, then Scott Ammerman, Jim Muck, Conrad Gowell. So Sarah and then Scott. There we go. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, please. I apologize. Okay, let's see. Okay, so my name is Sarah Potter. I run Salmon Harbor Tackle and Charter, and I am a columnist for Northwest Sportsman Magazine. And I just wanted to speak with you today. I thank you for allowing me to speak. And here is my perspective on the wild retention of the coho inside the Umpqua River. So my personal belief is that we should not be leaving fish left on the table, especially when people's livelihoods are at stake. Leaving 2 to 3% of the unanswered is an equivalent to over $1 million lost to the state revenue. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me on how we would want to have that much waste. The wild coho retention is truly needed inside the river to keep us alive here in Winchester Bay. This is not an exaggeration. With the river regulations for our fall Chinook, fishery being restricted to the 3 days a week, the small businesses of Winchester Bay are definitely feeling it in a negative way. Salmon Harbor sales for the season compared to the 2 seasons that we have owned this tackle store are down over 70%. Which is huge for us. Just for an example is when the river is fishing, we're cooking about 200 to 600 crab a day for the people that come here. While on the days that the river is not fishing, we're cooking about 40 to 60 crab a day. And I just wanted to say that after reading and supporting Jim Muck's South Coast proposal, it shows me that the numbers are there despite one of our 4 basins being the South Umpqua having the low return in 2022. Our other 3 basins are doing well. And I just wanted to point out that we really do need this fishery here in the harbor more than I would like to admit. If you were to give us even the 4 weeks like we had last year inside the river, it could potentially give us upwards of $60,000. And I'm just speaking for the numbers that I am aware of at the tackle store, but I know that I'm speaking for all the small businesses here, that our numbers are struggling this year immensely. And so being that the seeding rates are looking good, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to target the fish inside the river. I just ask that we please do not leave fish on the table. I'm sorry. When this little town could use the economic stimulus that comes with the opportunity to target the fish. The 4 weeks will impact our lives more than you know. You have the opportunity to help us here today, and so my hope is that you will give us this much needed fishery inside the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Scott Ammerman.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall and Commission. Director Kohlberg, I don't know how you guys sit through all this, but it's impressive. So I wanted to start by saying thank you. The Coho is a huge example of success in the state of Oregon, how we've rebuilt the runs through ocean harvest reform and habitat restoration, and the Coho are doing really well. As they said, we were allowed to have 30% harvest under under NOAA. That was supposed to be split 50-50 with the ocean and the rivers. If you read Amendment 13, it actually says the rivers should be given preferential things, but in the ocean, they started by taking 15.1% of that. And so the rest is left for the in-river harvest. It's not really 50-50. And then they want a buffer, so they've knocked our numbers down. If you look at overhaul harvest, it's 15.1% in the ocean, but we're harvesting 17 to 28% based upon each individual stream. So I wrote a proposal. I'm going to talk through some numbers and stuff. And so I wanted you to have a copy of those in front of you. I went through river by river. I didn't address the North Coast because obviously their biologists looked at it, saw they had a surplus. They added 50% more days this year, and they made the changes to make that adjustment. What I will say is on the South Coast and the Mid Coast, we didn't get those adjustments. And so there's enough fish that they should be delisted. But I understand ODF&W doesn't have a lot of interest in delisting them right now because there's a lot of financial gains to the department for monitoring and that kind of stuff. But if you're not going to delist them, we're asking for a reasonable season for the in-river fishermen and the ocean fishermen. And so what I did is I went through and looked at catch records of every month of how many fish were caught in the days that they were allowed to be fished. And then, so for like the Silettes, I'm proposing that we add to the end of November. So it'd add 16 late season days. Because it's going to add 16 late season days, in November last year, the harvest was about 10 fish per day. If we add those 16 days, the harvest is going to be probably a little less than 6 fish per day. So by adding those, it raises our in-river harvest by about 0.5% to 1%. And so our in-river harvest would be 13.5%. The ocean harvest would be 15.1. So our overall harvest is still 28.5. So we're well under the 30. We still allow the buffer. But what it would do is it would just provide us more opportunity on the water. When I did those days and came up with the numbers, I looked at how often do we fish those days every year? How many people are fishing those particular areas? It's what I've done every day for 35 plus years, is be on these rivers guiding and doing that kind of stuff. And I don't know, I don't have a time clock in front of me. I thought there was going to be one there, so I don't know how much of my time I've used. But so on the Siletz, if you give us these extra days, the escapement is still going to be 14,500 fish projected for the Siletz. But the maximum spawn escapement or the maximum seeding is only 4,300. So we're still at 333% of maximum seeding. And so we're not taking every last fish. We're still 3 times as many fish as are needed for this stream. And you're looking at maybe, 80 to 100 fish maximum that we're taking. And so I wrote up a plan where we're looking at 5, maybe 6 rivers where we've saw that you guys were well under estimates, that we were well under the 30% harvest, and wrote a proposal for each river, adding a small number of days to the end of the season. By doing that, you also get diversity in the returns. So all the fishing aren't taken at the beginning of the season. And so a lot of times our late season fish are larger. They're, they've had a longer period of time to grow. They're better, higher quality. And this success rate is, going to be low because of the time frame. The weather's very unpredictable at the end of that time. So I don't know if I ran out of time, so I'm just
You did.
stopping.
You did.
Last time I was in here, there was a clock there that told me how much time.
We have it right here. We're watching. We usually have it up there. Thank you.
No.
There's a piece, just for the record, I just want to mention one thing in response, and then we'll go on to the next person, Jim, and then Conrad. There are times when we disagree with staff. There are times when we agree with staff. We work with these staff all the time. I have heard staff give me rationale and reasons that I agree with or don't agree with. I have never experienced, and I've been here 6.5 years in this role, I have never experienced staff thinking about the seasons or the allocations in terms of fees that will come from them. And I just want to put it on the record. I know you may not have meant anything by it, but staff, fees are part of our world, but I haven't seen staff suggest anything in terms of acting in order to get more fees. So I had to put it on the record. Thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Chair Wall, fellow commissioners, Director Colbert. I'm here to support Scott, first of all. He did the Mid-Coast with me. We were talking together. I did the South Coast. We're both from Oregon Anglers Alliance. I'm also part of the Oregon Coastal Alliance. I want to first start out with Amendment 13. We started talking about it earlier, a little bit by staff, especially. Primary reason for recovery is Amendment 13. I want to emphasize that a lot. In 1997, we had 2 fish per mile in Tillamook. By us doing weak stock management and allowing wild fish to return to Tillamook, it started showing the resilience and it has built into recovery. And so what you're seeing since 1997 is time to allow the North Coast fish to come in, and there, Coquille's always been full stocked. I lived in the area where full stock fish, I could do restoration, fish would come and it would be there. It didn't have anything to do with hatchery. So there are a lot of people say, well, we reduced the hatchery in Oregon Coast. Didn't matter. It was Amendment 13. Amendment 13 is a matrix that says when you have a lot of fish come back, you have good smolt production, you can start moving up the matrix. We used to harvest, and I'm sorry, I used to work for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. In the 70s, we were harvested at 90%. Now we're harvesting at 30%. That's the maximum we've ever done. The matrix in Amendment 13 will allow a high of 45% when those great conditions finally get here. But it also says, and this is very important, weak stock management is at 8%. So we will never harvest fish lower than 8%. 8% allows us to go out and get hatchery fish, allows us to get other species like fall chinook, allows us to fish. 8%, I'm going to come back to that because it matters. So seeding and carrying capacity, if you look at table 2 on your guys' commission report, 60,000 is about the generality of how many smolts are being created today. It was written in the NOAA recovery plan too. I worked for NOAA. That 60,000 is what our carrying capacity is today. We can produce any more adults, but 100,000 will produce about 60,000. 300,000 adults will produce about 60,000. We're at full capacity right now. So the ocean will determine how many adults will come back in the future. If we get a 1%, 3%, 5%, that's what really does it. And right now we're seeing some good ocean conditions. That's why we're fishing. So my recommendations for fisheries going right now and some impacts. The Coquille could easily fish from October 15th to the end of the month. We did not propose that last year because ODFW had a creel with the tribe and they were trying to protect that creel. There's creel's over now, so now we could fish. That will increase our exploitation rate from 20% to 24%, still leaving 6%. So we're only just asking to fish the end of the month. Just like Scott said, it's going to rain about October 22nd, 23rd. Fish are going to start heading upstream. It's going to be hard to catch them. The big one now that is controversial is the Umpqua. I would like to open the fishery back up September 14th to October 10, 1 and 3. The South Umpqua, just like you said, heard from staff, has no fish. When there's no fish in front of you, you do not catch fish. Thus, if we maintain our 8% minimum stock as required by Amendment 13 and just allow us to catch 8% of the South Umpqua fish, we now can catch the 12,000 North Umpqua fish that are coming back, the another 10,000 are in the South Smith, and another 8 or 9 that's in the main stem for a full fishery, which were then Sarah Potter talked about the economics, which will generate about $1.8 million. That fishery is important. I wanted just to add, we're doing the same thing to spring Chinook. Spring Chinook, we could be fishing the main stem for spring Chinook and minimizing the 60 fish that are coming back by just allowing an 8% harvest. 3 or 4 spring Chinook you may catch in the South Umpqua. And so I would say this, that NOAA manages by stratum. And so therefore they can manage the Umpqua by stratum. It is a more conservative than the 30% under Amendment 13. And I know that NOAA will approve it, one, because I worked for them. The main reason we need to do this, license fees went up and we're always cutting back. This is an opportunity. License fees, I'm going to cut. And reward the restoration. We spent $20 million for Winter Lake. It's nice to reward the people who are watershed councils doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Conrad.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, and Director Colbert. My name is Conrad Gowell, and I'm here to testify today on behalf of the Wild Fish Conservancy. Oregon Coast coho are on a path to recovery. It's something that is unique and something to be proud of across the coast. There are not that many salmon populations you can say that for right now. To your earlier conversation, we're having real challenges with Chinook populations up and down the coast, and I've been a part of many listing petitions. And there are lessons to learn from Oregon Coast coho that should be applied to those other struggling and declining populations throughout the state. I don't often sit here next to Scott and agree with him on certain things. Amendment 13 is something that I feel like is important to talk about. And there are matrices that are designed to harvest fish at certain rates. And there was a huge decline in the amount of ocean harvest that took place in mixed stock fisheries. And if we're to move this conversation into Chinook, there are lessons to be learned and actions we can take right now that we saw the benefits for coho and are reaping the rewards of now in wild fisheries that can be taken today. And I just want to pause on that moment for a second and reflect on what is possible that the state has control over for southern resident orcas. But for coho, what we did is we took those mixed stock fisheries that occurred out in the ocean, not knowing where we were harvesting those fish from. And a lot of those fish could also be from Northern California or Northern California, Southern Oregon, and another listed population that we are fishing on in the ocean. Those are not necessarily Oregon Coast coho fish because we don't know which one is which and where it's going. If we were to transition those impacts into in-river basins, we have more certainty in what the returning population is, and we can actually, in some cases, increase harvest and increase conservation at the same time. Those are two things, when you pair them together, are a recipe for success. That being said, climate change is happening. We are recognizing life history diversity of coho that we previously did not when Amendment 13 was developed. And I am not, I'm not certain that the full seeding estimates that we've derived 15, 20 years ago are still in existence today, especially with $100 million of restoration that's occurred. We are recognizing that estuarine habitats provide rearing for coho that we didn't even know about when a lot of these listings were occurring. So assuming that the full seeding limits that we have and the exploitation rates that we're relying upon is something that needs to be questioned. And I believe looking forward, as we're building towards broad sense recovery, we shouldn't be just trying to hit the limits of the ESA. We should be setting a vision that is abundant wild fish that we're able to harvest on a much larger basis than we are today. And that is something that's why I participate in these wild coho fisheries. I'm bringing my young children to participate in them. And it's a vision that I think Oregon is uniquely situated to show the rest of the Northwest what is possible and delist a salmon for the first time. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Could you, in 2 sentences, say exactly what you and Scott agreed on? Actually, it's a serious question. I want because I think what you said, what I wrote down, and why I'm asking is what I wrote down is if you do,
Sure,
if you shift,
I can answer that.
just a second, if you shift the ocean fishing to the river, then there would be fish to fish in the river. But that's a big if. So is that what you agreed on? Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so what we agreed on was ocean harvest reform. So back in when our coho were in a massive decline, we harvested 80 to 90% of them in the ocean. So they were never getting back to the rivers. They were never getting back to spawn. We were never catching any of them in the rivers. So we agreed on ocean harvest reform. We agreed on genetic diversity by making the season later and longer. You get more of that, and how habitat restoration, ocean harvest reform worked really well for the coho. That would probably work really well for the Chinooks too.
Yeah, I'll echo that. As you noted, transitioning mixed stock ocean fisheries where we are uncertain about the stocks we are harvesting those fish from. If you allow those fish to mature and return to the rivers of origin, then you are more certain on what that total population looks like to fish on, and you're often able to fish more because of that certainty.
When I hear a month ago, I think it was a month ago, from Elkton and the county commissioner from Roseburg and Winchester Bay and Reedsport saying we are withering because we don't have Chinook. What I think of is coho, where we limited, you call it harvest reform, I call it we cut ocean harvest, and there are more fish in the river. It seems like we're saying the same thing. We don't, it's still a giant if though, on whether we're going to limit the coho fishery in the ocean. That's a big lift.
And in the case of Chinook, if you allow them to come back to terminal fisheries before you harvest them, they've already passed all the southern resident orcas on the way back.
Right.
So it's a choice of how you choose to spend those impacts. Do you spend them in the ocean where you're not sure where those fish are necessarily being harvested from with all the modeling that occurs, or do you allow them to come back, be able to have more certainty where they're being harvested, and be in some cases able to harvest more? That's what terminal fisheries are really about in the salmon world.
Thank you.
Chair Wall. Chair Wall. It's easy to do ocean harvest reform on coho because Oregon regulates it all. But the ocean harvest that happens for the most of our Chinooks happens under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And, I've spent a lot of time talking to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife representative who sat on those commissions. So I've talked to them at length about what an uphill battle it is.
Can I just add one more thing? In the mixed stock ocean fisheries earlier today, we talked about how 96% of fisheries make it through the north of Falcon, or 98% of Chinook, or 96% make it through north of Falcon. Our Oregon Chinook are harvested at very high rates up north in Alaska as well. And when you actually add the cumulative impact of all ocean fisheries together, that's often much larger than one specific area of an ocean fishery. And when you add bycatch into that from trawl fisheries, other forms of mortality, often we don't know what that total exploitation rate is. And so with Oregon, we have done a good job with that with coho and understanding and providing certainty and providing in-river fisheries where you're fishing on a known stock at a certain rate. There's a lot to be learned in the Chinook world from what successes look like under Oregon Coast Coho.
Good point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joel. Quick comment and then question. The comment was the other day I was talking to John North and Mike Harrington, head of fish, and I approached the subject of delisting coho, and I mean, the response was immediate. Be all for delisting. It'd be a feather in our cap. So, I mean, it's not like, like say, he's at 100% behind it, and that was one of the questions I was going to have for John North when he comes back up was put his ODFW cap on about delisting. Well, I've got a National Marine Fisheries guy here right now, and I'm going to have him put his National Marine Fisheries cap on and tell me about delisting, what it, from the National Marine Fisheries point of view.
So thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. Delisting was, NOAA got sued 3 times and lost all 3 times. They lost because they did not have a recovery plan. They wrote the recovery plan 5 years ago and then came out with a stock status in 2020. They now set the criteria. They tell how many populations per stratum must pass per 21 populations. They all pass, every stratum. The only question that you really have to ask is, have we met the bar? And we've done habitat conservation plans for forestry. We've done habitat with ag. We have the OWEB process. We have restoration. And we model these fish per population out 100 years. They all pass. So if they pass the 100-year model, does that mean the habitat passes? I say yes. It's the only debate that's out there. Does habitat pass? And I believe it does, because our fish are already rebounding. It's showing that habitat is passing. And like Conrad said, it's the bar of delisting, which is here. We want fisheries way up here, but the delisting bar has been met and would pass right now. And I can tell you there are folks ready to sue if it doesn't go.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? Then could we have staff come back up, please? That is it on that. So I wanted to mention, Tom, I do have one question on the 6s, and it might be one of your questions. But let's do this first, but it's in this set of rules. Are there, let's see, I'm not sure who was first, but let's go with Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner King.
Okay, let's go to the Umpqua. So John, you heard Jim say that, well, and you said it too, the Umpqua is 0. Terrible, or maybe both, I don't know who's going to answer the question, but the South Umpqua, excuse me, South Umpqua is, we all know, is in the tank. And so, but there's still fish coming back up the Umpqua River that go into different forks, the North Fork and so on. And so his argument is, and the testimony is that, well, we could catch those fish. So what's staff's opinion on that? Because staff has recommended no harvest on the Umpqua.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner Labhart. I'll try and answer your question here. It was true in 2022, which would be the parents of this year's returning coho, that the South Umpqua did not, our spawner surveys did not observe any fish in the South Umpqua, but also in the other regions of the Umpqua, we didn't see exceptional returns. We saw, quite low returns compared to past years. And so those areas of the river did, see return and fish coming back, though lower than usual, and we failed to be able to collect any brood stock in the Umpqua in 22 during that low return year, and again that low juvenile abundance in the whole basin the following year in 2023. So we do have concern about that, and as well as the NOAA's comments during the most recent 5-year review about the Umpqua stratum being the sort of the area where it's a key component that's holding the stock back from being delisted. And so trying to be precautionary in nature with supporting that stratum, allowing these fish to come back to the area to spawn and try and support future generations of coho for the Umpqua, while supporting the greater ESU to help its journey through hopefully, potential delisting process.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, just to add on a little bit to that, I think there's ongoing conversations right now between National Marine Fishery Service staff and our staff. We use some wild broodstock to incorporate in the hatchery program, and NIMS has expressed concern that probably can't do that this year. They're worried about the strength of the wild run, the poor return. So it's on their radar that, I think somebody said if there was a fishery, a run we wouldn't fish on this year, this would be it, but that's just when we were talking with NIMS. They had similar concerns, so thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank all of you for your report. Thanks for all of the folks that gave some testimony. I'm sick of it. I'm sure the people down in the Umpqua are sick of it, that I don't want them to feel picked on or like they're a problem child. Like we never have good news. It's just awful. So could we just get more context? Like, for example, in our last meeting, well, no, not our last, in Pendleton, when we had folks from the Umpqua travel all the way to Pendleton to tell us all about, how they were struggling. And we came up with a compromise for a different fishery that is about to shut because we're hitting that 500 number of Chinook. And now we have the coastal coho that we're saying, no, we can't have that. So that's going to be another fishery that they can't have. So why is it so bad? Can someone really explain what in the world is going on? How do we get it to turn the tide? And so that we can stop with all of this bad news about the Umpqua?
Chair Wall and Commissioner King, I can attempt to answer that in part. At least I'm not super familiar with freshwater conditions. However, the Umpqua has been experiencing seasons of high temperature water, low flow of water, which are in conditions that are not great for salmon survival. There's been predation from bass that are impacting the juvenile life stages of salmonids. And so we're seeing this environmental conditions that are really kind of giving the fish in that area a tough time, that make that basin, unfortunately, not ideal for survival of these fish.
And I see some friends are coming and maybe to help, but but no, it's specifically the South. I mean, like, is there any other way? Like, and we struggled with this last time to not shut the fishery. Like, can we find some balance and help these people and help the fish? And can we do it? But I mean, from what you're saying, the answer is no. But I just don't understand enough. So. Turn on your thing.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield High, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Tom Stahl. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Inland Fish, and I thought I'd just provide a little bit more of the context around the Umpqua. The Umpqua is a basin that we've been eyeing and has had some challenges around the environmental conditions for a number of years. It started with summer steelhead. I think you remember that a couple of years ago. Last year it was fall Chinook, or earlier in June. Now it's coho. That basin has had a number of environmental impacts. There's been wildfires. There's been severe temperature problems in that basin. And part of that is also affecting the predators that are affecting these fish as they outmigrate. So we're seeing that in this basin. We're seeing that in other basins as well. The code keel has had some problems. So that's kind of the context of why these fisheries are on the edge. We need to wait and see, get a better feel for what's happening in that basin.
Okay, thank you. And that's the region, because we were down there and we toured, that was April, I think, where the stripers are really, like, the conditions favor them. It favor these warm water fish invasive, like the bass and the stripe. Well, the stripers are a type of bass, but it favors the different species, not the ones that are struggling, the coho and the Chinook.
That's correct, Commissioner King. Bass and striped bass have been in the Umpqua for a while, but as water temperatures increase, there's going to be more overlap between them and the salmonids, so they're going to have more of an impact.
Thank you.
You have a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chair Wall. again, the same question I asked the Jim from his National Marine Fisheries point of view on delisting coho. I guess I'm putting the same question to the department. What does it take? You know, I know we all want to do it. How do we do it?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink, thank you for the question. Delisting is, a topic that we hear often, and it is a point of optimism that we have. And ultimately, that delisting process is a decision that's up to NIMFs. And however, during this review, like I mentioned earlier, the 5-year review of the OCN coho, it noted that we have made some really great progress towards the recovery of the stock. We've been seeing this population rebound. However, they did note that the greatest opportunity to advance the recovery of OCN is to implement recovery actions to improve the viability of the Umpqua stratum, as well as some more environmental and habitat-based actions where we could continue progress with habitat restoration, forestry practices, and beaver conservation plans. And so these are the key future actions that were identified by NOAA, which as the points for us to work on to help delisting. And so I'd say that those key points would be what's needed.
Go ahead if you have some questions.
No, you go on.
Well, I have some other go in a different direction. So go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. Just switching gears. I looked at some of the same data that this is going back to just the coho fisheries for this fall. I looked at some of the same data that Scott Ammerman did on catch rates, and I saw that too, that in November last year, like on the last 15 days in November, the catch rates were very, very much minimal. The Alcee was the only other fishery that was also open in November, and I saw the same thing there. The numbers were way down. And basically, I just wrote myself some notes why that would be. Well, one thing is you got low fishing pressure. Hunting seasons started. The RV parks, I know on the Siletz, everybody disappears about that time of year and goes home. The coho are done feeding. When they enter fresh water, they're harder to catch. They're a little harder to get to bite. You got to work on it. And I think you get a smaller percentage of them to ever bite in the first place. They're rarely hooked deeply, so they're easy to release. My experience, there's very minimal mortality hooking and releasing because of that. You got the higher river levels. Coho don't hold in fresh water. They're moving through the system up to the tributaries. So they're not there very long where you can get a whack at them. And if you add a little bit of opportunity there in November with the low catch rates, you're really not harming the population very badly, and allows some bank fishermen access. Whether in tidewater, there's very little bank fish access. This finally gives the guy that bank fishes a little opportunity that's not available earlier. And a lot of it, the public access is a lot better once they get in the river a little bit too. And I guess what I was going to add this on with just, of course, it would be having the commission agree, but it would be to maybe look at adding some, I wouldn't have put any date on it or a number of days or anything like that, but maybe have staff look at the possibility of adding some days in November. The area I'm familiar with is the Siletz, Alcee, and Yaquina. The Yaquina hasn't been fished in November. It never got fished in November at all last year, and so it takes like the whole upper half of that fishery out of the fishery. Basically, no one gets to fish on the whole upper end, only in the lower bay. Anyway, that's something I was going to ask for the sense of the commission, if they would support something like that, have staff look at that, if that was a possibility. And then, of course, they have to go to the National Marine Fisheries Service and would get their okay on it also. And I guess that's what I would be asking for if the commission agrees. But that would be in addition to the passing the regulations, the 2025 regulations that are on the books right here. That would be just an additional ask. It wouldn't be.
Just those basins are ready.
But I'd say I mean, that's the ones I'm familiar with. I would say look at those, but I would say, you know, I know it would probably be a good idea. You'd also get some data from some of these small fisheries on these upper ends in November. I think you'd see it was low catch rates everywhere. So I would say look at whatever's available. But I think for sure on the Siletz and Yaquina and LC. And then I would look at all, you know, maybe if check with the National Marine Fisheries Service and see if they would support any other fisheries, I guess, in November.
Go ahead, John, and then we might get just a bit of a sense from other commissioners of how they're thinking about this or on this choice. And I have
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbring, you know, we're just thinking through, you know, I think that's something we could do. Just want to remind folks that, you know, the first time we went to NIMS, it took 38 days to get a response back. That was the full package. This should be less work and hopefully take less time, but we do have seasons that are starting in mid-September here. So we'll have to get right on it, I guess, and, you know, we'll put together some data and a new request and get that out to NIMS so we can hopefully get concurrence.
And my recommendation would go ahead and pass the 25 regulations, for Exhibit F, and that would be just an addition. And we'd have to get the confirmation sense of the commission on that. But so basically, the regulations in the proposal here would be passed. This would be just an additional ask, if possible, if National Marine Fisheries would agree to it.
Just to get a sense, my response there is it made some sense to me when we did it with the Umpqua on the Chinook. It makes no sense to me to do it on this one because I think we've spent so much time figuring out the reasons that we need not to do it in different rivers. And then it is extremely painful to these towns. It's also that the thing we have to be looking at, that we're supposed to be looking at, is recovery. And what we have heard from staff in this one is we need not to fish the Umpqua this time. And it seems to me that it's going to be wicked hard every single time one of these comes to us. But if we're trying to recover this species and we're on a recovery trajectory, then it doesn't make sense to when everything lines up and we have to stop in a river that we don't, because otherwise we aren't going by what the science just told us. And so I would object to changing from staff recommendation on the coho. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that what I heard from Commissioner Spellbrink was maybe having, you know, sending up the food chain to National Marine Fisheries, some adjustments on the Siletz, the Yaquina. God, just like a desert girl. I can't even say the name because I don't even know anything about fish, you guys, to be honest. Oh my God. I think that my sense is that I am deeply sad about the state of the Umpqua, like Commissioner King. And I mean, I think sending that up and taking the time to do that right now is not going to bear much fruit for us, is just my thought. But I really like when small communities have additional hope. And if there is a little more we can do for those communities that stays within within our metrics, I say let's do it. Let's give it a try on those rivers that Commissioner Spellbrink mentioned. So that's kind of where I am with it.
Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I I agree. This is hard and awful, but I think if we don't follow the science and the data, like, gosh, what have we put you guys through all this for? I mean, so remind me, the Labor Day fires, the Archie Creek, all that, the one that really smashed the Umpqua, was that 2001?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that was 2020.
20.
The Archie Creek fires.
Yeah, okay. And so that's why 2022, is that why it's just so impacted from that fire? And now we have the low returns in 2022, which those were adults for the babies now. Am I getting this right?
That year was the year that the 2019 brood parents' offspring were rearing in the basin.
Okay.
That fire particularly affected the hatchery program at Rock Creek.
Okay.
So 2019 was a bust. 2022, there were 0 fish released, and those are the parents of the hatchery fish returning. But it was also not a good year for wild fish as well because of the river conditions.
Because of river conditions. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, they've had a bad run with the fires and all that impact. Now that we're past that and we're hopefully doing habitat restoration down there, are we getting better? Is something kind of turned the tide for the Umpqua? Are we still kind of struggling and trying to get to the uptick? Where are we in that? Or do we know yet?
Yeah.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think we're waiting to see what happens in the Umpqua. There's certainly still tough environmental conditions, habitat conditions in terms of stream temperature. I don't think this year's wildfire season has been as bad, but there's still challenges there.
Okay. All right. Because from what I think I'm hearing, I agree. Like, what we did in June in Pendleton was an attempt. Like, you guys came and gave us the science. None of it was good news. We were trying to kind of thread the needle and do our best. Kind of the what sandwich was happening. So, and it looks like we don't even have that option with this one. It looks like it's just so bad. But are there other options as to what Commissioner Spellberg is saying? Like, some of the other basins, is there something we can do? like maybe we can't really touch the Umpqua right now, but are there other things? And if I'm understanding that properly, is that what you're saying?
We have a comment from just a little bit of fill in from the director.
If you don't mind me just taking a crack. So kind of setting the Umpqua aside for just one moment, and back to Commissioner Spellbrink's idea, what we heard from folks was outside of the Umpqua for just a moment. I mean, I think everyone is excited that for all those other areas, we are seeing the bag limit go up, and the proposal was, could we have more time in those other areas? What I heard from Commissioner Spellbrink is maybe you want to try that in a couple of these basins and see if we can push that envelope with nymphs this year and make the season longer. And he's proposing 2. Now, what we heard earlier from folks was like, let's do more. Let's try to open more of a season in all of those places. But I think just kind of throwing out this kind of building on Commissioner Spellbrink's concept is, if we do that, we could also really try to kind of gather information to substantiate this notion of having longer period as well in other areas in future years. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, so I think I'm understanding that, but none of that talks about the closure of the Umpqua right now, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So I'm understanding. Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, did you have another comment?
Yes, just other than, I would suggest maybe we just vote shortly on the staff proposal, and then I'll just ask for, a sense of the commission on the other proposal, and we can leave the Umpqua completely out of it.
Okay. Is there a motion then? F.
You want to read it?
There it is. Okay. I move to adopt the staff recommendations for the 2025 wild coho salmon season in Oregon coastal streams as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendations for the 2025 wild coho salmon seasons, as was just read into the record. Let's do a roll call.
Discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
Just quick. So I want to make sure I understand. So you're going to propose, we adopt the staff recommendation, but also then change the staff recommendation?
No, we're gonna add to it.
Add to it. Got it.
That's in.
Okay, I'm there now. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, ready to do the roll, please.
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Halder Freeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, so my proposal, and since I would say let staff carry it, and, I think rather than me try and come up with a date or whatever, what I had written here is if the commission agrees, I would support some additional harvest, late season harvest in November. So here would be, I'd ask staff to consult with National Marine Fisheries Service to see if they would agree to some additional late season coho harvest opportunity to be added to the original staff proposal.
Second.
Was
In.
I guess that's a
For those
motion, yeah.
specific geographic areas that, the selects.
And I would certainly, I would leave that up to staff. We have data from last year on the sleds. I would definitely say for the sleds, Yaquina and LC, if they, but I don't want to handcuff them either. So,
Question, in all three of those, are those three the ones you were just talking about that we increased the bag limit 1 to 2 and went to 1 to 3?
the LC got pushed to 1 to 3. It was 1 to 2 last year because it was only forecast for 82% of full seating. And this year it's supposed to be, I think it was 120% or 118% of full seating.
Yes, just kind of from the staff perspective, this is going to take some additional analysis. And I think if you leave here today and you think we're going to do the analysis on all of those areas for additional days in November, that is going to be a push for us.
Okay. All right.
So we would like a little bit more guidance.
All right, I'll change it to the selects for the additional, let's see, additional late season coho harvest opportunity to be added to the original staff proposal for the selects, Yaquina and LC.
How's that different from what you just said?
It's narrowing it.
Oh,
Yeah, he's narrowing the other rivers
$1
to
million
a
baby down there is
instead of all of them.
waving at us.
Yeah. What?
Our $1 million baby is waving at us.
who's our $1 million baby? Sorry.
Your turn. And
So to ensure that we have motion that is obtaining the peak current from NOAA. I think I have what you're looking. So I will just propose that you request the director to peak current from NOAA. Providing additional fish days. Previously set, healthy in Yaquina. Rivers, and if
Yes.
such concurrence is obtained, director would modify the pipeline law.
Oh. I guess I was fine with not necessarily making it a motion, just sense of the commission that if it's better off as a motion, that's.
I think we,
Either a direction or a motion, but it's really up to you all whether you should.
yes, let's do a motion.
Should be a motion.
Do the motion.
I think this one should be a motion.
Okay, so want me to
Yes,
reread the whole thing?
actually, we'll let
Yeah.
Monica read it.
That'd be great.
It's the less costly and Yaquina rivers and if such concurrence is obtained. Director will modify the applicable regulations if authorized by law.
And it would be late season or November. You could just put late season, additional late season.
Been moved and seconded to add late season fishing days in the Select, Yaquina, and LC. And we'll do a motion, if there's no more discussion, we'll do, excuse me.
Yes.
It was, yes, quietly, but it was. if you'll do the roll.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
No. Motion carries, and thank you all. I have just a question to clarify with Tom, if I could. If what I understood from our earlier discussion is that Sixes was closed for low from until November 3rd, from the Hughes Ranch up to Edson or Crystal Creek. And it would be extended if the low flow conditions didn't change. That's not exactly what the rules say, because they don't mention that it could be extended. So I just want confirmation that that's what we'll do, so we are clear.
Chair Wall, that is our intention, that if the low flows continue past November 3rd, we will extend that closure through temporary rule.
Appreciate the clarity. Thank you all, and we will go on to the next exhibit. Thank you so much. Exhibit G is the private forest accord, and these are the private forest accord rules. And so you get points for still being here and upright. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Wall, Vice Chair.
Good morning.
Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Andy Spurka. I'm the Private Forest Accord Grant Coordinator. I'm here today with Sarah Reif, the Habitat Division Administrator. We're here today seeking the Commission's approval to amend the Private Forest Accord Grant Program Administrative Rules. These updates are intended to align the grant program more closely with Oregon statutes, enhance clarity, support more timely distribution of funds, and establish a more streamlined, clearer, and more consistent process for applicants and grantees. As a reminder, this grant program came about from a historic 2021 compromise between conservation and timber industries, who joined forces in a groundbreaking agreement called the Private Forest Accord. The Accord called for increased stream protections while providing regulatory certainty for permitted practices covered under a habitat conservation plan and an incidental take permit. The ITP being pursued from NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service by the Oregon Department of Forestry. As part of this process, the Private Forest Accord created an ODFW grant program to provide conservation benefits to the species intended to be covered by the Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan. In early 2023, ODFW established an advisory committee for this grant program. The Commission adopted program rules in August of 2023, and we officially launched the PFA grant program with our first solicitation that fall. Since then, the critical grant program, working closely with the advisory committee and its chairs, Chad Washington and Mark Stern, who joins us today, has delivered over $19 million statewide conservation projects benefiting stream habitats, listed fish and amphibians of conservation needs. We greatly appreciate the dedication and voluntary efforts, of course, of the advisory committee. These funds have bolstered the department's goals through advancing climate resilience, fish and wildlife adaptation, and landscape scale conservation, while promoting the goals of the Private Forest Accord and working to meet the intent of the anticipated Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan. This fall, we'll launch our third solicitation, further expanding opportunities for conservation efforts across Oregon. The response has been outstanding, with interest and engagement growing every year, reflecting the program's value, reach, and impact on the state, across the state. As we continue to refine and strengthen the Private Forest Accord grant program, it's become clear that, like any new rule package, there is a need for continued improvement. While we think the original OARs have been effective for program implementation, we are learning where clarification is needed and how we can improve implementation of the program for our grantees and our reviewers. Today, we are proposing revisions to the administrative rules to improve implementation of the program and facilitate a more efficient delivery of conservation benefits on the ground. I'll now hand it back to Sarah to speak in regards to the involvement with the proposed revisions of public involvement.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. So I'll describe for you how we ran the administrative rule revision process and how we worked through coordination and engagement. As with all OAR revisions, the department filed its public notice of rulemaking originally in December of 2024. We presented the proposed revisions to the PFA Advisory Committee in January 2025 in a public meeting that included opportunities for public comment and feedback. And the committee did engage in a pretty robust discussion with interested stakeholders, particularly focused on land preservation as an eligible grant activity. The committee spent considerable time contemplating land preservation as an eligible activity in the PFA grant program. At issue was whether the grant program could or should fund land preservation projects on forest lands covered by the PFA. This has been a repeat topic in front of the advisory committee. I think we counted that 10 of their public meetings since 2023 have involved some discussion around land preservation and whether it's an eligible activity. And at these meetings, the committee considered comments from land trusts and from interested stakeholders. Ultimately, the committee could not reach agreement on whether easements could or should be allowed on forest lands. But they did have agreement on allowing easements on non-forest lands. And in the spirit of moving forward where they had agreement, the committee agreed unanimously at their January 2025 meeting to recommend a revised rule that allowed the grant program to include eligibility for conservation easements on lands other than forest land. As you may recall then, this agenda item was originally scheduled to come before you for consideration and approval at your February meeting this year. However, the department chose to postpone its presentation to the commission to allow for greater coordination with Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes. Since February, the department conducted targeted outreach to Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes, including providing updates at an April Tribal Natural Resources Cabinet meeting, sending detailed emails in March, April, and May to all tribal natural resource directors, and conducting follow-up calls shortly thereafter to reaffirm our communications. We did receive a request for coordination from one tribe regarding the proposed land preservation rules, and that was the Cow Creek tribe. The department responded to that request, communicated with the tribe's representative, and after phone and email correspondence, the tribe's representative indicated no further concerns. The department didn't receive any additional concerns or requests for coordination from the other tribes during or after those efforts, so the outreach didn't result in any changes to the OARs. But during that same period of time, since February, the department proposed a couple of additional amendments to the rules to clarify eligible water transactions. We saw some need for clarity in the language in the rule around water transactions, and to establish a community engagement requirement around water projects that was affiliated with some recent legislation. And those amendments are also outlined in your agenda item summary that you've already received. And we vetted those proposed changes through the advisory committee at their public meeting in July of 2025. So then at their public meeting, there was no further public comment received, and the committee unanimously approved the draft that you see before you today. So I think I hand it back to you then, Andy.
Thank you, Sarah. Based on what we've learned implementing the program over the past 3 years, as well as feedback from stakeholders and tribes, we are proposing a number of changes to make the PFA grant program more efficient, responsive to grantee needs, better aligned with statutes, and more accessible. By simplifying the process, aligning with conservation priorities, and giving grantees the tools they need to succeed, we are ensuring that funding reaches projects faster and deliver meaningful conservation outcomes across the state. For example, these revised rules will enable the department to award funding to successful grantees more quickly than in previous years, significantly reducing delays that typically occur while waiting for fully executed contracts. As a result, projects can begin almost immediately following commission approval. This change not only accelerates access to funding, but also helps grantees take advantage of time-sensitive opportunities such as in-water work windows. Additionally, the revised rules introduce a new provision that allows the department to award up to 10% in additional funding beyond the approved budget to address necessary administrative corrections, such as new municipal permitting requirements or increased construction costs. While still requiring administrator approval and expected to be rare and circumstantial, this added flexibility helps keep projects on track, allows grantees to adapt to changing economic conditions, and minimizes administrative delays for both grantees and the department. With these updates, we're setting up the program for long-term success for projects such as the ones you see on screen here, supporting habitat restoration, species conservation, and the continued success of the Private Forest Accord. I'd like to thank all of you for your time, and of course, the Private Forest Accord Grants Committee and chairs for their continued dedication to the program. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
There is public testimony. Are there questions now? We can go to public testimony. It's only one person. And we could hear that, and then we could come back with questions, if you will. Yeah. Then the person is Carson Kendrick. And Carson, are you there?
I'm here. Excuse me.
And been waiting all day?
Just for a few hours. No worries. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. Thank you for the time to provide testimony today at your August meeting. My name is Carson Kendrick, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. I represent 32 member land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, and conservation organizations working across Oregon to protect and restore private lands. Collectively, our members have conserved more than 780,000 acres of land across our state, helping to keep working lands working and sensitive habitats protected. I'm providing comment today on Exhibit G, the proposed rule changes to the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Fund. Specifically, we would like to comment on the revisions regarding the authorized use of grant funds in Section 635.097.0070, subsections F and G. We respectfully ask this commission to retain the current rule language supporting acquisitions of land and interest in land, and as the program develops, to include land acquisition and easement offerings in future grant cycles. The proposed rule revisions before you are concerning to our land trust community because they will limit the use of PFA grant funds beyond what we believe is the intended purpose. Specifically, these revisions restrict conservation easements to, quote, land other than forest land to protect riparian areas, and further limit land acquisitions to water right conversion to an in-stream water right. We know that the Mitigation Advisory Committee has worked really hard on this topic and has proposed these revisions to directly track with the language in the PFA authors report and SB 1501, but we interpret the language within those documents as clarifying that easements do not have to only be on forest land. In addition, these revisions before you are inconsistent with conversations we've heard within the Mitigation Advisory Committee meetings. At the July 2024 meeting, the committee adopted the motion to, quote, move that ODFW staff work towards the development of a comprehensive and transparent process for incorporating land easements and fee acquisition that is restricted to non-forested lands as well as water acquisitions into the PFA grants program as soon as practicable, end quote, with the understanding that there is another aspect of fee acquisition we made reference to and can talk about at another time, i.e. the fee acquisition on forested lands. The report also states that, quote, easements on covered lands may be useful to help small forest land owners comply with the new standards. However, the revisions before you today would close the door on the future promised discussion and support for small forest land owners. Colt and our members believe there's a critical role for acquisitions and easements in this mitigation program, that will help reach the program's goal of awarding grants to most effectively benefit the covered species. Thank you again for your time and consideration today.
Commissioner, thank you, Carson. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Okay, Vice Chair.
I spent some time trying to figure this out. First, I want to just say that the conservation easement tool is really helpful in Oregon and could be beneficial to forest land and non-forest land. But my understanding is that there is, at this point, it might be wise to take the staff recommendation. And that does not necessarily mean that there couldn't be further discussion on this down the road in the future once this is more sorted out. So we're not saying
we're just trying to respect where we think the committee is today with these. Is this correct, Sarah? Do you think this is kind of, am I tracking what could be going on here?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde. Yes, that is correct. And I would also just acknowledge that Vice Chair Mark Stern is here. And so if you wanted to get a sense for where the committee landed in all of its deliberations, I think he's willing to come up and you can hear from him.
Mark Stern had to sit here and listen to us for hours. We should at least hear what he has to say for like 1 second.
Do you like to come? But I would just say that to answer your question, I think that that is staff's recommendation and it doesn't close the door on it coming back in the future.
Okay.
Second. For the record, I'm Mark Stern, Vice Chair of the Private Forest Accord Committee. I guess I'd be glad to answer any question or provide any additional information you're interested in.
Just, did I kind of get it accurate that that's where we are right now as far as kind of consensus among the committee? And it doesn't mean that this has to be a dead issue forever, but right now it's better for the sense of your committee to just kind of go with this.
The committee was in agreement to go forward with the language you heard about easements on non-forested land and acquisition of water rights. There was not agreement on what else might be acceptable, and we essentially said we'd pick it up at another time, and we haven't picked it up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification and brevity.
Okay, right. I guess it did. We had this, we saw this coming a few months ago, and then all of a sudden changed anyway. But I guess I'm going to ask this: the draft motion here to approve the amendments reflects the original intent of the PFA grant program. Is that correct?
The draft motion.
Oh, okay. Approving the amendments.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, the draft motion as written is still reflective of the amendments that we brought forward for you in your packet.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, ask your question, then I have a couple comments.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thanks to all for you guys being lucky last. I think I understand. So there was a delay. It was supposed to be in the snowstorm when we were in Portland that we were supposed to talk about this, but there was a delay. But because there was, I guess, conflict, maybe that's too strong, misunderstanding. Can you explain what happened, how it was resolved, and why we're all here now and it's all copacetic, basically?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioner King, yes, thank you for the question. I can add some clarity there. So in February, shortly before we were scheduled to hear this agenda item, we did receive some contacts from some tribes asking about coordination and highlighting for us that we hadn't fully gone through what should be a robust coordination process with all of our tribes as it related to these rule amendments. And just in full candor and transparency, that was definitely an oversight on our part. And so we wanted to take the time to fully do that. And we reached out to all of the 9 federally recognized tribes several times, as I outlined, and had limited engagement. But from those who initially requested us to do some additional coordination, we did go through what we were proposing in our rule revisions, and they had no further concerns. So it was really just about process. And I think ultimately we just really appreciated that they highlighted where we had fallen down on process, because it gave us an opportunity to just, continue to set the good precedent that we're trying to set in terms of coordination with our tribal partners.
Okay, and so why did we need to coordinate with them? That's what I'm not understanding. What did they feel we didn't do?
Notify them of our proposed action and solicit feedback from them, as the Private Forest Accord Grant Program is a program of interest to the tribes.
Okay, so they have to be, they're notified why? Because they're a sovereign? Like, what is their skin in this game? Why? I guess that, you know, and it created a delay. So clearly it was significant. I'm missing the significance. That's all I'm saying.
I might phone a friend here and see if Director Colbert would like to.
Can I jump in? I just think at this point, I don't think that's the main issue that we're focused on today with the decision we're making, because even though there was the decision to do, you know, engagement and consultation, which we do all the time with tribes and is very appropriate and what we should be doing and what we try to strive to do. That's just part of what we do. The main issue with this today is that there is disagreement over, in some people's minds, over this sort of technical issue about wrong word. There are a lot of the land trusts would like to see some of the Private Forest Accord monies put on like forest lands, but there is not consensus from the committee at this point in time to do that. So the tribal engagement has already happened and passed, and in my opinion is appropriate to this commission and what we do with tribes in the state of Oregon. And now we are simply at a point where it is a decision to support the committee, what the committee has agreed on in consensus around not pushing the easement program, you know, not making any changes right now other than just accepting this motion from the tribes. So, or from the tribes, from the department.
I think I understand all of that. I thought I had a simple question, but maybe it's not a simple question. So
we regularly consult with tribes. That's what we do. That's part of what we do. That's what we do as a department, right?
Yeah, you don't necessarily see this come up, but almost everything that we do, we actually do consultation letters with the tribes, just because of the inherent interest the tribes have in fish and wildlife and their habitats.
Then could we go, thank you. Could we go to Dallas DeFries, and then I would like to also make a couple comments on this one. So Dallas, Commissioner DeFries.
Yes, thank you. I just had a comment. I think at the issue at hand, I do think that we you know, I want to support the committee who made these decisions and what they put forward, but I do also want to echo that I do think that land conservation groups and conservation easements do likely have a place on forest land, and I'm not gonna. I'm in support of the proposal in front of us, but I just want to make sure that my voice is heard in saying that I support looking further into incorporating that into future ways into the Private Forest Accord, because I think it's a great tool for many Oregonians and protects against one of our major threats, which is fragmentation. So just wanted to mention that.
And my comments follow up pretty nicely with what I think Commissioner Dallas DeFries just said. There is a long negotiation history in this subject, and it's been going on for years, and it's somewhat unique in this state, and there are some great outcomes from it. And those are worth a lot. The issue here about acquisitions and easements, and this is one I have a long history with, the notion that there is concern that the acquisitions and easements would take them out of the land out of production seems to me unfortunate, because it is so effective in our natural working lands at keeping lands exactly in production, especially in the ag world. And the loss of this tool, these two tools, over this issue seems like a big loss to me. And I look at I have read through every letter of Senate Bill 1501 and all of these pieces, and I think it could go either way. I get the whole being concerned about the committee and about the negotiations, and we have a lot of other negotiations to come in this, and that's important. What we could lose is the option for especially small woodland owners to be able to do easements to keep their land in production over this issue. And that seems to me to be a loss. And so when I looked at this, I would have said, let's keep the existing rules that are 0050 and 0070, which would keep us able to do these things. I don't think they'll compete very well because there isn't enough money to do very many of all of the projects. And so there wouldn't be very many easements and acquisitions, but especially the easements on certain small woodland properties could keep the riparian areas in place, and we may just be setting it back for a few years, but it's a loss. And I think that it's worth looking at that because these tools are so important in this state for keeping land in production. And so that's the way I'm looking at it. So just wanted people to know. We have 2 tags up. Who was first?
I think I was.
Okay.
So just a quick question, because as you know, we're getting significant blowback from Colt and others regarding keep it the same. And so did staff, when the committee unanimously recommended supporting the rule with statute, did we have our attorney look at that to say, yes, that is correct, it does align with statute, this proposal, this rule? We did? Okay. So
Commissioner Labhart, yes.
Okay, that's an important point. So yeah, there was a committee unanimously recommended, and it was statute that this does align with statute, and that we feel comfortable with that, and attorneys did look at it. Okay, thank you.
I'm just looking at council to see if there was anything they wanted to add.
Yeah, I just want to say really quickly that I am very sad because people that I think are very important to Oregon, which is our land trust community, has been reaching out to us like crazy. And I just want to reiterate that this is not the end of the day. And what this also tells us, when we had that conversation earlier today about the lack of funding in Oregon, at the end of the day, the private forest accord monies are fabulous, but they are also a drop in the bucket in terms of the need that we have in Oregon to fund fish and wildlife. So, it's unfortunate, but I think we would be, I think we need to respect the committee that got us to this point, and there's reasons why they're not quite ready. And that doesn't mean this is over. It just means that's where they are today. So I would like to make a motion if it's okay, if that's all right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, Chair Wall, if I may, just to add a little clarification, I would phrase it that the committee approved the idea of using, not easements on non-forested land and acquisition of water rights. It did not have any agreement on what was precluded. That was not agreed to. So I think it's important to keep it in the affirmative. The committee approved the water rights acquisition and the easements on non-forest land. There was not agreement on what was to be precluded. We just went forward with what we could agree on. But the other one was, and we didn't come to agree. There were different opinions about whether that should be included or not.
Which is neat, because then there's an opportunity for that conversation to continue outside of this commission that doesn't need to weigh in on that right now, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to make can I make a motion?
Can I just ask a follow-up question? That seems to suggest, and I appreciate you adding that suggests that what Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde is saying it supports what Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde is saying, that it's not over, that you agreed on what you put forward, what you could agree on. You did not.
We put aside
sort of a period.
We put aside what we couldn't agree on.
Which is probably why we have a private forest accord today, is because there were a lot of times where people ended up doing that. to even come up with the thing. So I like to respect that. The sun will shine again tomorrow, and let's all figure out how to fund conservation easements in Oregon. Okay, I move to approve amendments to the private Forest Accord Grant Program Oregon Administrative Rules as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
Second.
Can I read yours? Yeah.
Been moved and seconded to approve amendments to the Private Forest Accord Grant Program as was just read into the record. And could we do a roll call on this one?
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Abstain. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for staying. Thank you for your months and years of work on this. And Mark, thank you for staying all day.
Yeah, thank all of you.
Thank you, all of you commissioners. You're such troopers. You really are. Good work.
We're
Good
brave.
work, y'all.
Thank you.
We have a little something for you before you leave.
It is
Coffee.
coffee. Or these crazy packets that Andrew Spellhorn's giving me that are combinations of.
What are
caffeine and- I don't know, it's something his wife's been drinking
Oh,
that are like what the Navy SEALs drink, that's like keep you
and
going.
you're considering that a
That's really, this land trust thing just made me crazy.
Yeah.
It
I
makes
want
me
to
so
kill
sad.
somebody.
I know, but they're not there. Yep. And why in the world they chose to. I don't quite get why they chose to limit that. I can see if they don't want acquisitions.
That's because, you know what, and Debbie and I talked about this a little when we were down on the coast. I think that the forest